Hello, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Blevins. How are you today?
Fine, sir. I'm here with Elizabeth Dornick.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. How are you doing today? You here on Jones?
Yes, I am on Jones.
Somebody want to land the airplane for me?
Officer.
Thank you, sir. You're right on Jones.
Call name case number 2206064701. People of the state of Michigan versus Karen Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to grave bodily harm, that's the murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Arnie Chambers on behalf of Mr. Jones, P 63956.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Chambers?
We would ask for a preliminary examination, Judge. I do have paper discovery. If there is any digital, I would ask that it be provided.
Are you waiving your client's appearance?
He's actually on the call, Judge. He's on phone number 974, 313 number. It's by phone. He was on here. He had some internet connection, but
Mr. Jones, sir.
Yes, yes.
Tell me your name.
Terrence Anthony Jones.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Let's do. How was April 10th at 9 o'clock?
Excuse me? Come on, man. Hello?
Yeah, we can make it happen, Judge.
All right, April 10th at 9 o'clock. I'll be continued.
Thank you.
Ms. Phelps, good morning. Ms. Phelps, are you there? Ms. Phelps going once. Ms. Phelps going twice. Mr. Blandon.
Yes, sir, Judge. We're here with Miss Dornick on Romel Harris. It's up tomorrow at noon for an exam. However, Miss Dornick supplied me with the discovery, and it appears now that competency referral is in order. Both the victim and the defendant were in a group home at the time of the alleged assault.
Let me call it.
Calling case number 2305606801. People of the state of Michigan versus Romel Harris. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Dornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
Good morning, Judge. Richard Bland at 32990 for Mr. Harris.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Blandon.
Judge, again, it appears that a referral for competency is in order in this case. After reviewing the discovery, both the victim and the defendant were in a group home at the time of the alleged assault, and I think a competency referral is in order at this point.
All right, I will refer the defendant for a competency evaluation by the forensic center. We'll set a review date for July 10th at 8:30.
And I will waive my client's appearance for today.
All right, well, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwab.
Good morning, sir.
How can I help you?
I believe I have a Mr. Blevins before you.
Yes, you do.
I'm wondering if he's in the waiting room. If not, I'd like an opportunity to give him a call.
No, he's not in the waiting room.
I may have a few.
Sure. I'll come back to you. Mr. Cripps, good morning. Mr. Cripps? Can you hear me, Mr. Cripps? Have to unmute yourself.
I can hear you, Judge.
Okay. Good morning. What can I do for you?
Morning.
You're here on Weathers?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Thought we did that yesterday.
You put it over till today. That was regarding the competency issue.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I thought I saw it yesterday.
I did consult with Dr. Abramsky yesterday afternoon.
Okay, let me call it so you don't have to repeat all of that. Weathers.
Calling case number 2205929401. People of the state of Michigan versus Devious Weathers. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, kidnapping. Count 3, weapons carrying concealed. Count 4, police officer fleeing third degree vehicle code. Count 5, weapons felony fire.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, and may it please this honorable court, APA Jonathan Hitz, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Cripps, P34972 for Mr. Weathers. I would waive his appearance.
For the waive the defendant's presence. Okay, so Mr. Cripps reminded me this matter was put over from yesterday. I think we were supposed to get in contact with the forensic center. Was anyone able to accomplish that?
Yes, I was, Your Honor. I spoke with Dr. Abramsky. Her opinion is that Mr. Weathers is not competent to stand trial. So I guess we'd ask for either stipulation to that by the prosecution or a competency hearing date.
No, the forensic center came to the opposite conclusion, so I certainly will not stipulate to that. I haven't been provided with a report yet from Mr. Cripps's expert, so I would certainly like that, and I believe we're going to need a hearing date to evaluate competency.
Okay, let's set it for a hearing date.
I'm advised that the final draft of the report will be done either today or tomorrow. As soon as I get my hands on it, I'll send it to Mr. Hitz.
Okay, we can set it for a hearing on Hollis, April 12th at 10 o'clock. Well,
April.
let's make it April 11th at 1:30.
Unfortunately, I'm not available on April 11th, Judge.
How about April 13th at 11:30?
April 13th at 11:30 would work for me.
Mr. Cripps?
I'm starting a trial on the 12th. I anticipate it'll be a 2-day trial, day and a half trial. So the morning I couldn't do it. Afternoon I could.
April 18th at 1:30?
That would work for the people.
Judge, my Dr. Abramsky said that Thursday afternoons would work best for her. I am available on the 18th. I can find out if her schedule would allow it on the 18th. You said 1:30?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll get in touch with her and let her know it's the 18th. Would there be any problem with the doctor testifying by Zoom?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Hicks?
I don't have an objection as long as the same courtesy is extended to the doctor for the forensic center.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Okay. So April 18th at 1:30.
Yes,
Judge, it sounds like Dr. Bromsky's going to have a report done by tomorrow. We have had, I think, 5 adjournments for the purposes of getting a report done. I would ask for a firm deadline to be set on that report being completed, just so I have it and I can provide it to the forensic center's psychiatrist.
I'll make a commitment. Once it's sent to me, I'll send it to you right away.
I'm not worried about that, Mr. Cripps. I'm worried about her completing it. So could we set a deadline for completing it?
By Thursday.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Everybody have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Ms. Phelps, you playing peekaboo with me today?
Yes, Judge, sorry about that.
Who are you here on?
I have several with you. I have John Jackson, Candace Modoc, Christopher Peggins, and that's the end of the list.
All right. Are you plead guilty on that? All right.
Yeah, that's my doc.
John Jackson's here.
All right, keep it stuff.
He's there in person?
They trying to figure out is the team or what.
Can they do 1:30?
This Thomas on the version is 7. This the normal is 7. So 1:30.
Yeah, we can do 1:30.
Okay, it's confirmed.
Did we have a 1:30 already?
Mr. Thomas
Oh,
on the
Mr.
case.
Tubbs, okay. Okay, so she's going to include Jackson, Modoc, and Peggins. Mr. Jackson just came.
Calling case number 2305-613201. People in the state of Michigan versus John Jackson, defendant charged in count 1. Unlawful imprisonment, count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 3, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing, count 4, domestic violence.
For the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P 83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. John Jackson, who's present in the courtroom. Mr. Jackson, can you please state your name for the record?
John Jackson.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. Your Honor, it does appear that we have all the discovery for this case, so I would be asking to schedule this for a preliminary exam.
The House April 10th at 9:30.
That works for me.
I'm sorry, that's not good. 9:15.
Okay. 9:15. We will see you then.
Okay, thank you. So same,
Thank you.
same place, same.
Come in still.
Yes, sir. That's a week from yesterday, April 10th at 9:15.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jackson, I'll call you in a little bit.
All right, I'm on my way out.
Okay, I'll call you later.
Okay.
Does he have 2 cases? There's one for today and one for tomorrow.
So he has 2 cases, Mr. Peggins does, Ms. Phelps. One is
Yeah,
scheduled
Mr. Peggins.
for tomorrow.
Yes.
Why don't we do them both now?
Your Honor, I don't know. So he is in custody. However, this morning I did just find out that I have a conflict on the case. I don't know if you would prefer I do a written motion and send that over. If you want to put this over for tomorrow so I can do that, or how you would like to deal with that situation.
Fine. So I'll put it over till tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll look for another attorney.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge.
All right. So Peggins is adjourned till tomorrow.
Modoc.
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-613801, people of the state of Michigan versus Candace Modoc. Defendant is charged in count one.
I'm sorry, Judge. I just need 1 second. I'm on the record in another case. Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Candace Modoc. And Your Honor, Ms. Modoc, I have not had any contact with yet. I don't know if you want to set it out for another PCC or wait and see if she logs on today. Yeah, we're having some issues this morning.
Did you finish calling the case?
Calling case number 2305-613801, people of the state of Michigan versus Candace Modoc. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon, count two, domestic violence.
Now your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Candace Modoc.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Phelps?
Your Honor, Ms. Modoc, I have not been able to have any contact with yet. The number that we were given is not a working number. I wonder if we could set this out for another PCC so that we can try to make contact with her rather than scheduling a prelim at this point.
How long have you been looking for Ms. Modoc?
Your Honor, I think we were assigned last week.
She's not here because of what?
Your Honor, I don't know. I have not had any contact with her, so I do not know. I don't have no information.
Court is inclined to issue a capable revoked bond and set the new bond at 25,000 cash. Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir. I have a similar problem with Mr. Blevins. I just received the discovery either yesterday or the day before. I have not received, I have not had any communication with him. So I would ask for another date if possible. If not, I'll try to get him in before the court.
Let me call the case.
Okay.
He's on the tip. So he shouldn't be too hard to locate, Mr. Scott. He is on the tip.
As I say, I just got the discovery the day before, or either yesterday or the day before. I will be on him.
Calling case number 2305-614001, people of the state of Michigan versus Richard Blevins. Defendant is charged in count one, robbery unarmed, count two, assault aggravated, count three, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. For the record, James Schloff on behalf of Mr. Blevins, 30720.
All right, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Blevins, I haven't had any contact with Mr. Blevins. The discovery came yesterday or the day before. He has not returned my phone calls yet. So for the record, I would ask for another date. If not, I will make any efforts to try to contact him.
So my understanding is that Mr. Blevins is on the tether, so he shouldn't be too hard to locate, first and foremost. Secondly, you just received the case and you haven't had an adequate amount of time to contact him, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But I'm going to adjourn the probable cause conference to April 10th. No, I don't want to do April 10th.
I'm sorry, Judge, you said April 10th?
No, sir. Let's do April 11th at 8:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Silver, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Judge.
What can I do for you?
Well, so I'm not really sure, but I have a homicide case. And we had adjourned it until sometime in May because we were seeking an expert. And I just got notified by my client's family that he was brought over there today. So I looked on your court docket and it says he's there today for an exam date and a bond hearing. His name is Leroy McIntyre.
That is up to date for exam.
No, it's not. It's up in May.
Hey, what? Why would I put it so far out?
Because we were seeking a medical expert and we didn't even have medical records yet. And there was a supplemental medical examiner report that was not done yet. And we were in front of you last week, myself and Miss Ripley, Tina Ripley. Boy, your memory is as bad as mine.
Listen, I have about 200 cases I'm juggling here.
Yes, I have many myself. I get it, believe me.
I have more than me.
I hope not.
But May what? What's the date?
It's scheduled for May 3rd I'm sorry, May 4th at 10. So maybe you put April 4 instead of May 4.
I don't have anything scheduled on May 4th.
You must have put the date in wrong.
Maybe you put it in wrong.
No, Judge, we had a long discord about it because I know how unhappy you are about setting dates out so far. But we didn't, like I said, it's a complicated case involving the death of a 23-month-old. We were seeking an expert. We didn't have all the records.
Okay, let me call that case.
Well, Miss Ripley isn't even signed on because I didn't, like I said, the only way I knew that there was even an issue was because the family just called me. Do you want me to get Miss Ripley?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Clemens, good morning.
Hey, Judge, good morning. I was calling to see what time I was expected there today. Because there was I guess there was some further discussion after I had left last week on McIntosh.
Right, we were wondering if you could do 1:30.
Yes, I had stated yes.
Okay.
Because I'm there. Okay, because I'm there with you at 11:30 on clap anyway today.
Okay. Yes,
all right,
you
see you then.
Okay, thanks. PPO court, how can I help you, sir? Sir, you have your name listed as PPO court.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, Judge. I'm supposed to be here for Serrano Coleman. My name is Reginald Anthony. On the Zoom hearing.
On a what, sir?
Last name of her name is Serrano Coleman. Her name is Reginald Anthony. It was a state domestic violence. I was here on the 1st, and they said it was all virtual.
I don't have a Coleman on my docket today, sir.
You don't? Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Judge, I just spoke with Miss Ripley. She has it for May 4th as well. So she, I'm sorry?
I believe you. I just want to put it on the record.
Well, she's driving on the freeway right now. So can we sign back on in about 15 minutes?
Or you can send me a stipulated order to adjourn it to May 4th.
Thank you, Judge. I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Wayne County Jail, good morning. What's your name, sir? They have to unmute you.
Hear me now? Christopher Peggins.
Okay, Mr. Peggins, your next court date is, we put it over till tomorrow. Because looks like we're gonna have to find you another attorney.
Wow.
It'll be okay. So we'll see you tomorrow, sir. You're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Collins, good morning. Harold Collins.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here with Ms. Dornick. I believe we received the competency report back on my client, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
Yes. Calling case number 2205-989601, people of the state of Michigan versus James Smith. Defendant is charged in count 1, carjacking, count 2, robbery unarmed, count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 4, stolen property, receiving and concealing motor vehicle, count 5, motor vehicle, unlawful driving away.
Please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Zornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
And Your Honor, Harold Collins, P56805, on behalf of Mr. James Smith, who is not present on Zoom. I'd ask the court to allow me to waive his appearance for the purpose of this hearing.
Court to waive the defendant's presence. Ms. Dornick, do I have this case because this is an elder abuse or something?
Yes, Your Honor. The complainant in this case is 95.
Okay, all right.
It was 95.
Mr. Collins?
I'm sorry, Judge.
What's your pleasure, sir?
Well, Judge, we received the competency report dated March 27th, 2023. So I'm willing to stipulate that the defendant has been deemed competent to stand trial if Mr. Collins is also willing to.
So stipulated, Mr. Collins?
Judge, I would stipulate to the report. Judge, I just have a issue with, I know that he made a very incriminating statement. I have a question about his competency to make that statement that's contained in the discovery.
Okay, so the Forensic Center, my understanding, does not do competency evaluations on Miranda anymore.
Right.
Are you demanding an exam, Mr. Collins?
I am, Judge. Well,
Judge, I am demanding an exam. Given the nature of my complainant in this case.
All right, so first of all, you're stipulating to the competency of the defendant to stand trial, Mr. Collins?
Yes, Judge.
Court makes a finding that the defendant is competent to stand trial. I continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 12th at 10 o'clock?
That should be fine.
That's doable, Judge.
All right, April 12th at 10 o'clock, fine will be continued.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right.
April 12th at 10 o'clock. That's it to our plan. What's this, Sean Wood?
Your Honor, I understand he's a witness in one of your cases this morning.
Okay. So he must be.
He's downstairs and locked up.
He must be on McIntosh in the toilet.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that at 1:30. So our first case will be at 11:30.
Okay, I got the family of the deceased of the McIntyre case, so the Matoya case you said it's gonna be heard at 1:30 this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
They can't come in anyway. They're gonna have to view it on YouTube.
Yeah, I already told her that.
So they have time to go home and get set up.
Okay, which case did you say got adjourned to May 4th?
That's the case. So
Oh, you got two different cases.
I'm sorry. McIntyre and McIntyre case is at 1:30.
Okay,
Hoyer got adjourned to May 4th.
okay. So the lady that he was talking about was on Matoya.
Oh, okay. No, that's not going to be until May 4th. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got confused because the way it's written down.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So McIntosh
Hicks, right, it's one case,
is at 1:30.
and that's the case that the witness downstairs is on.
Yes, I think so. Can you let him know that Latoya is going to be at May 4th?
Okay. You know what time you're on?
I'm not sure what time.
She said 10.
10 o'clock.
Okay. Have anything. 11:30.
Just that James Smith. You said exam 420. What time? 10. Guys, you have a toilet downstairs.
Matoya is downstairs.
I'm gonna give you the link.
Okay. Your Honor, so Hicks got two different cases.
I'm sorry,
Does Hicks have two different cases?
Hicks, I believe he does, yes. I think one of them we did already.
Both of them on the docket for the case.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he does have two different cases. Sure. Are we finished with all the PCC? Yes. Yeah. So we're down to 11:30. We're down to 11:30? Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna lock the door. Is that okay, Jeremy? Okay. I'll let it. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna take this down. You might be able to take it back early. Hey, we got locked the door. I'm still here. You gonna be here? Yeah, you gonna. Take this down. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
Oh, I'm just here for 10 o'clock to watch it.
Which case?
Leroy Matoya.
Okay. So two things. One, that case has been put over to May 4th at 10 o'clock. And two, you have to view it on YouTube where it's being live streamed.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good day.
All right. You too.
Let me see those exams. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you? Unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Candace Modoc. I'm on a personal bond. I was told I had, when they released me, they told me I had court at 10 o'clock this morning. And I was having a hard time finding the Zoom meeting ID.
Okay, Ms. Modoc, you need to get in contact with your attorney, Ms. Phelps. Right now, there's a warrant for your arrest for not showing up.
I was told by the judge when I was released that I had to be at court at 10 o'clock. But when I called 36th District this morning to try to figure out how to get a Zoom meeting ID, they told me I had to be there at 8:30 this morning. But when I was released, they told me 10 o'clock. I wouldn't have messed this up.
But it's 10:21 now, you're still late, even if you
I
did think it
know.
was.
I was on hold with 36th District Court this morning trying to find out how to get a Zoom meeting ID. Because when I was released, I didn't get one.
Your attorney says she's been trying to contact you, but been unable to.
Yes, my phone was destroyed. My ex-boyfriend destroyed my phone when I was calling 911. I wasn't aware, so when I got out of jail, I gave him my phone number, but I didn't know that my phone was destroyed until I tried to plug it up, and I got home. And to be honest, I've been kind of sick since I got out because I got a head injury, and I just been kind of sleeping because that's what will work. I got staples in my head. But I gave them my phone number, but I was unsure. I didn't know that it didn't work. Like I still don't have a phone, sir.
You need to get in contact with Ms. Phelps, okay?
Miss Phillips, is it a way I could get a number or something for her, please?
Ms. Phelps, P-H-E-L-P-S.
H-E-L-P-S.
P-H, Phelps.
Phelps, P-H-L-P-S, okay.
Three 313.
Yes, sir.
474.
474.
3200.
00. Okay, okay, thank you. I'm about to get in contact with them right now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
attending this meeting.
Hello there, Ms. Phelps.
Good morning.
I trust your client contacted you.
She did, yes. And I'm actually here in the building. I don't know if you want her to get back on Zoom or how would you like to handle her matter?
She can get back on.
Okay, I will get her to get on right now. 1 second. I just saw your door was locked, so I wasn't sure if you were still around. Give me 1 second and I'll get her on.
Okay, come just hold up now. We're ready to recall Candace Modoc.
Recalling case number 2305-613801. People of the state of Michigan versus Candace Modoc. Defendants charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please. Oh, go ahead. Your
Good
appearance.
morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appeared on behalf of Ms. Modoc, who is also present via Zoom. Ms. Modoc, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Yes, Candace Modoc.
Thank you.
All right, so the court cases Ms. Modoc earlier today. The court will set aside that case, reinstate the original bond. And we don't have Ms. Drain here right now. So I presume you were looking for an exam date, is that right, Ms. Phillips?
Yes, Judge.
Do you have discovery?
It looks like I'm missing digital discovery. I can follow up with Ms. Drain. She's usually pretty good at that, getting it to me.
Okay. Well, I can give you a tentative exam date. It shouldn't be a problem because Ms. Drain's schedule is my schedule.
Right.
How is April 12th at, we'll strike that. Let's do April 10th at 10:15.
That works for me.
10th at 10:15. That's going to be in person, Ms. Modoc, at 36th District Court, okay?
Yes, sir. You said 410 at 10:15, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Great.
Ms. Phelps, have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Miss Modoc, I'm going to give you a call in a couple hours, okay?
Please, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I'm in the
Judge, do I stay here?
No, you're all set.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So it's that time, right?
Yes, sir. We only got one attorney out there right now, so we'll check him in. Check in. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Good, thank you. I don't know. Yeah.
Fedora, BD, or 8K. 76. Yeah. I'll get you the exhibits.
You need a mark?
What's that?
You need a mark?
No, do you want to see it? They're marked, but do you want to see it?
Yes. What case is your?
Brent Allen.
Okay. Is that FED or FED?
He is one.
But work? Sorry.
Just one sec. Let me give it right.
No, I have, I just want to know how to pronounce it.
Fedora. That's what we're gonna do. I just wanted to make sure you got it.
Just fine. So what is this? Same as this?
Yeah. Three pages.
That's
There are two Fs with the light on. It's not gonna do it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. We got two witnesses. No, Williams. Williams. Oh, that's no, I'll say. See, look, well, no. Okay, so we got clap. That's the case for 130. Yeah. All right, let me get them. How you doing, Mr. Clement? Hey, Sergeant, it's also college. We are ready on Brent. So. So. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, okay. This is a different case. That's what I was asking him before, and but you can see he got this case. Yes, what they were telling me was because the lawyers couldn't get their expenses straight, so they didn't know they
Mr. Clemens, how you doing?
That's not
All right, Judge.
all of it.
All right, ready to rock and roll?
This one first. Then we get it.
My ex passed on Sunday morning.
Who did?
Yeah.
I introduced you to her years ago.
Not the one that is at Todd's reception.
She had a car accident, just hit on the side of the road.
Oh, hey. You okay?
But like me, you know, but it's fine.
Sorry to hear that.
Mark's on Zoom.
Sorry.
Mark is on Zoom.
No, he's here. He just, I guess, so is there a video on this?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Mr. Clemens, I got your client.
What about prosecutor? Mr. Chris?
He's in the witness room. I don't need to talk to Mr. Clark.
Okay.
Mr. Fedor, are you ready?
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm waiting for my OIC. Otherwise, I believe I have the witnesses I need, so the court can give me a couple minutes just to wait for my. Oh, yeah. If I can have a minute just to try and get a hold of them, is that okay?
You need your OIC?
It would be helpful. It's not completely necessary. If I can have 2 minutes just to call him. He said he'd be here early, so I'm not sure why not. All right, thanks. He's on his way, Judge, but we can start.
Okay. All right, we're ready for this, please.
Okay, Mr. Cox.
Go through the small part right there. Calling case 2355710, people of the state of Michigan versus Brent Allen Platt Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedor for the people, P76177.
May it please the court, Judge Adam Clements, P number 77233, appearing on behalf of Mr. Clapp. Sir, state your name for the record, please.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
You are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for?
2 to 3.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with before we start with witnesses?
And Your Honor, we would ask for a sequestration order, with the exception of the officer in charge, Detective Jason Mays, who isn't here yet, but I anticipate he'll be here within the next 15 minutes or so.
Mr. Clemens, any objections to the OIC remaining?
Of course not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there.
Who is it, Judge? May I ask?
Jason Mays.
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off with this call. Any other preliminary matters?
People would offer into evidence, the medical examiner's report of the autopsy of Elfron Cortez Ringo, and that's marked as people's proposed exhibit number 1. This is pursuant to MCL 766.11B, section 1B.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted?
And approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may then call my first witness, that's
Do you
Kenneth
want to
Garrett.
read any portion of People's
sorry.
Exhibit 1 into the record?
Pardon me?
Did you want to read any portion of People's Exhibit 1 into the record?
Only if the court wants me to do so.
It's your case.
I don't feel it's necessary, Your Honor.
Judge, while the witness is coming in, the other thing I wanted to indicate, I didn't get a chance to rectify this, and it's not a problem for today, is my discovery is heavily redacted. I always give my permission to sign a protective order. I'm showing it to counsel now. The majority of the reports that I have are heavily redacted. I mean, any identification information for the pistols that were recovered, for the owners, contact information for witnesses. I just want to indicate that pursuant to People versus Jack, Court of Appeals case, that if I agree to the terms and conditions set forth by the government, protective order, I should be getting under that discovery. So I would ask for that conclusion.
In Your Honor, so counsel, my recollection is signed a protective order. The reasons for that are the protection of our witnesses, so that contact information doesn't get out, third persons, certain safety issues with respect to our witnesses that we have. If counsel has any specific requests as far as contacting a witness for purposes of investigation, he's certainly invited to contact me about that, and I can provide that information. Or if there's a specific, specific information he's requesting from the court for an order, I consider that piecemeal, but.
Sir, the reason that you had him sign the protective order was for this purpose, wasn't it?
Right.
So he needs to get that unredacted information.
Yeah, and well, like I said, I mean, as long as there's a purpose as far as like investigation or something that is reasonable, that he needs, irrespective of, like I said, you don't just want to turn over all the contact information for all of it.
That's why you had him sign a protective order.
Correct.
Right? And he signed it, right?
Right.
So give him the information unredacted. I'm ordering him to, okay?
All right, thank you.
Witness.
Sorry, call my witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Candace Garrett.
Ma'am, please step forward. Give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated over here. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat with this box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left. So, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Garrett, could you please state your full name, spelling first and last for the record?
Kenyatta Gary, Kenyatta Mama Gary, Kenyatta, Garrett, Garrett.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about February 19th of this year. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
All right. Now, at that particular time, where did you reside?
At 4728.
Okay. And is that a street?
Yes, it's true.
And is it located in Detroit, Michigan, state of County of Wayne?
Yes.
And who else was residing there?
My mother, I live here, and my son lives here.
Okay. Now, on that particular date, was there anyone at your residence other than Ethel and your son?
Yes, my niece was there. And,
Okay. How old is your niece?
my niece is 10.
Okay. So the four of you were there on the 19th?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you know an Alfred Ringo?
Yes.
And what's your relationship to Mr. Ringo?
My son.
Okay. And unfortunately, he passed away, and I'm gonna have to ask you some questions about that, about that incident. Now, was he a father then of one of your children? Your son, okay. And were you living together on February 19th?
No.
And do you know where Mr. Ringo was living?
Yes. Oh.
And where is that located? Okay. And so I'm going to take you now to the 19th. Did you happen to have an occasion to notice Mr. Ringo coming by the house? You're right. So did you notice Mr. Ringo come by your house?
Did I notice him come by?
Yeah. Was there something that made you notice that he was at your house?
Well, yeah, he was outside, he was on the car.
Okay. And how did you know that that was Mr. Ringo? Okay. And you were able to see him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time that was? Okay. And so you said he's beating on your car. So what prompted you to look out the window?
I heard some yelling and I heard the beating.
Okay. And were you able to identify the voice of the yelling as Mr. Ringo?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so how did you respond to all that going on?
I kind of woke my mother up and I told her that Al Ross was outside and I was gonna go out there and try to find him. And so then we just stayed in the house. My mother, she definitely heard things out there. So by the time I got to the door, when I opened up the door to try to talk to him, he just kind of like grabbed me out the house.
Now, let me kind of have you go back. Before you opened the door, did you communicate anything to Mr. Ringo?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anyone else communicating to Mr. Ringo? No. Okay, all right. And then, so when Mr. Ringo grabbed you, what happened next?
I came home like, so grabbed me out the house, grabbed me off the floor, My mother, she came out trying to de-escalate the situation. He had a club in his hand, which was ID.
And let me ask you, you said that Mr. Rango, dragged you?
Yes,
Okay.
like grabbed one of my collars off the floor.
Okay. And, so what part of you was dragging?
Actually, my feet was lifted up also.
Oh, got it. And, where did you end up, I guess?
Like kind of in the walkway, out kind of in the walkway, maybe a few feet away from the first step in the porch.
Okay, and then you said, your mother, did what?
He had a club in his hand, so she grabbed the club because he was singing. She grabbed the club and she grabbed the club, kind of like it went after her, and that's when he really.
Okay, now, just to clarify, so the club, can you tell the court specifically what that was?
It's basically like a lock for the steering wheel, and the red club.
Okay. And, when Ben, so Ben, is it Benjamin Clapp?
Yes.
So when he came out of the house, what happened?
He told me basically you're gonna stop coming over here disrespecting me. And there was a fight. I asked my neighbors to help me bring it up. We all broke it up.
Now, just to clarify, who was fighting?
Alcross.
Okay. And was it physical?
Yes, it was physical.
And was there punches thrown, slapped?
Yes, it was
slapped?
physical.
Okay. And then so, were you able to break it up, or your neighbor?
Yes, we were all able to break it up.
Okay. And then what happened after the fight broke up?
After the fight, I believe, Alcross, he still said, and he said that he killed that or whatever. And, we just kind of went in the house and we went.
I'm sorry, may I ask the end, did you say that he said he will be back? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Mr. Ringo said that?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, so, when you went inside, did you see where Mr. Ringo went?
He pulled off. He pulled off one time while we were outside.
Okay, now pulled off, what do you mean by that?
He just left.
And did he leave in a vehicle or on a feet?
In his car. He left.
Oh. And so had he driven to your house initially?
Yes.
All right. And, so after, Mr. Ringo left, was there anything that transpired, with you and the other parties? Was there anyone else who showed up?
No. Well, okay, so his brother came. His brother showed up.
And who's his? And who's his brother?
Brent.
Okay, and when you say his, who are you referring to?
Benjamin.
Okay, so Benjamin Clapp's brother?
Yes.
All right, his name, Brent Clapp?
Yes.
Okay. And, did you actually see him show up to the house?
Yes.
Okay. And, was he walking or driving? Okay, and, you know what kind of vehicle he pulled up in? Now, did you have contact with Brent Clapp when he showed up?
So after we were out, we went outside. I said, okay.
And at this point, is Mr. Ringo gone?
Yes, he's already gone.
Okay, so go ahead, you go outside.
So once we went outside, Benjamin basically told his brother it was over with.
Objection, Mr. Harrison.
And, you're not trying to develop that a little bit more. Let me ask you this, Ms. Garrett. So without going into, what Benjamin said, you saw him say something to Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how far away was Brent when Benjamin made the statement? Okay, so pretty close. All right. And then how far away were you from them when you made that statement?
I was standing right.
Okay. And as far as how loud it was, the statement was made, can you describe that? Could you hear him clearly?
Loud, yeah, I can hear.
All right. Your Honor, if I may elicit the testimony for the statement, it's relevant to the effect on the listener. So basically what I'm anticipating with the defense is some kind of accusation or allegation that the shooting was done in self-defense. Benjamin made a statement that gets over to Brent, telling Brent, the defendant, that, or sending him the message that there wasn't a conflict to be defensive at that point. So it's relevant for that purpose. So it would be the effect on the listener. It wouldn't be hearsay.
What you're telling me is that it had no effect on the listener.
It did have an effect on the listener because it would signal to Brent that there's no conflict here going on. And then later on, Mr. Ringo is going to return to the scene, and that's when Brent is going to open fire on Mr. Ringo. But what that statement suggests to Brent, the defendant, is there was no conflict to be defensive.
But it had no effect on the listener.
It had that effect that I just indicated.
That's the effect of what?
Of telling the defendant that there wasn't a self.
Yeah, I get that part, but what effect that had on Brent?
Well, that's the effect that it has on Brent.
Well, it had no effect on Brent. My understanding is that Brent wasn't fazed by what his brother told him. He went ahead and did what he did anyway.
I can move on, Your Honor. So at this point, was there anything else? Did anyone else show up? So after Brent showed up, actually, I'll withdraw that. How do you know Brent? Class?
I can't hear you, man. Can you speak into the microphone?
I've been like Brent and Benjamin for a long time. Maybe 12 years, if not longer. Yes. It's been maybe 12 years, if not longer.
Okay, and then have you had face-to-face contact with him in the past?
Yes, not many encounters, but yeah, they have came to my family with me and things like that.
Was it enough face-to-face contact that when you saw him on February 19th, you were able to recognize him?
Yes.
And then if you saw Brent Black today, would you recognize him?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
And can you just identify him by an item of his clothing and where he is in the courtroom?
Green jumpsuit.
And then is he seated by behind defense counsel?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Garrett identified the defendant.
So no.
Now, so thereafter, was there anyone else who showed up at the house? So Brent Platt showed up, and then after he showed up, did anyone else?
No.
Okay. At any time?
Well, the police and, the police and my sister.
Okay. So Mr. Ringo had told you he would be back. Did he ever come back?
No, he kind of yes, he came back.
Okay, good enough. So he did return. Did he drive back to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how long, after he left the house did he return?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
Now, so when he pulled up to the house, what happened?
When he pulled up to the house, I was on my way going up the steps on the porch. When he pulled up, I heard Brent ask Benjamin, "Is that him?" So when he said, "Is that him?" I turned back, and when by the time I turned around, shots was already fired.
Okay.
Well, shots was being fired.
All right. And did you hear the shots fired?
Yes,
Did you see somebody holding a gun?
yes,
And then who did you see holding a gun?
Brent.
And approximately how many shots did you
Ooh. Most of them.
hear? More than one.
Yes, more than.
Now, here, I'm gonna approach.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show you what have been marked as, let me show you people's 5 and 6, proposed 5 and 6 first. You can just take a look at those. What are 5 and 6?
Picture of Al's car, back in the shot.
For the record, you're looking at people's 5,
5.
people's 6.
6 is Al's back door open.
And are those true and accurate representations of what Al's car looked like on that day?
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you people 7, proposed 7, if you can take a look at that. Now there's a vehicle, if you can just point out or describe what those 2 vehicles are, if you recognize.
The first vehicle is a white Dodge.
And is that the vehicle on the left or the right?
It's on the left.
Okay.
The second one is a white truck.
Okay, so the white Dodge, do you know who that belongs to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Brent.
Okay. And did he drive that vehicle to your residence that night?
Yes.
Morning.
Yes.
And then the one on the right then, who did that belong to?
Yes.
Okay. And did he drive that to your residence?
Yes.
He would offer into evidence people's 5, 6, and 7. There's
No objection. Admitted. Okay.
Yeah, that has to move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you, Ms. Garrett, people's 2, 3, and 4, and if you can just describe what those are. So we'll start with 2. What's that?
So it's a picture of Al's car. It's in front of a light pole on my mother's house driveway, and 3 cars in the driveway.
Okay. So does this show where you were on February 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And then people's 3?
Also shows Al's car, my mother's neighbor's car. I believe that's my sister's car there, and I think those are detectives in my mother.
Okay. So the same location?
Yes.
All right. And proposed 4, what's that?
Al's car and my mother's, I'm sorry, her neighbor's car, and it's showing across the street of the neighbor's house.
Okay. And you didn't take the picture, right?
No.
Okay. But do you know, just by knowing your mother's house, where that photo was taken from?
Yes, they look like they took it probably, I want to say maybe off the porch or in front of the like flower bed.
taken from the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And are 2, 3, and 4, are those true and accurate representations of how the house and the location looked that morning?
Yes.
All right. People would offer into evidence 2, 3, and 4 and move to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted?
I'm just going to publish them on the screen if I can.
Thank you. Co-host.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, just gonna have you take us through this, Ms. Garrett. So, I'm gonna start with people 2, which is on the screen currently. Now, are you able to describe, so let's have you describe again, where were you when the shooting occurred?
I was walking up on the porch. I was probably maybe third or fourth step on my way down.
And attempting to use a pointer right now, doesn't appear to be showing up.
Maybe we can see your cursor.
Oh, you can see that. Okay, all right. All right, so if you can see the cursor, Ms. Garrett, you described the porch. Is the cursor, where the cursor is that where the porch is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can tell me to move it to the right or to the left, just to show where you were.
To the right.
So over here.
Yes, on the steps.
You're on these steps right here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can describe where the defendant was, so you saw the defendant shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe where he was? Okay. And this being sidewalk.
That's the street.
That's the street.
Sorry.
Way. So this is the sidewalk here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would he be the?
No, that's the porch.
This is the way, so. Okay, there we go. So is that the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just tell me, should I move it to the right or to the left, or is he right there?
You can move it to the right.
That way?
Yes. Right.
Here? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. So he was about there when you saw him shooting?
Right.
All right. Now, and if you don't remember or you didn't notice or whatever, that's completely appropriate to answer that way. But I'm just going to ask you, are you able to describe the gun that he was holding?
No.
Okay. Are you able to recall, or did you see what hand the defendant was holding the gun? Do you know for sure though, from your memory?
No, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Now, where was the defendant, where was Mr. Ringo, when the shooting was happening?
He was in the car.
Okay, and so is that this car here?
Yes.
All right, and, is that a car that you know Mr. Ringo to own?
Yes.
All right, and, where was he in the car?
The driver's seat.
And was there anyone else in the car that you noticed?
No.
And then, where were the shots, being fired? Did you see?
The first shot, it went through the neck.
Okay. And the back is in like the rear window or the back passenger seat?
The rear window on the passenger side.
On the passenger side? Okay. And then did you see Mr. Ringo move at all?
Yes, he jumped off the car.
And, were shots still being fired when he jumped out?
Yes.
Okay. And what direction were they being fired?
He jumped out, he was trying to shield himself in front of the front.
Just a second, I need you to give names. So when you say he jumped out, who jumped out?
Alphonse.
Okay, so when Alphonse jumped out of the car, what happened?
He was shielding himself in front of the front tire on the right.
Okay. And then the shots that were being fired, what direction were they being fired?
They were coming from the opposite side of the car.
Okay. What direction were they being shot?
They were being shot towards Alphonse.
Okay. And then, what happened from there? The shots eventually stopped?
Now, he moved up closer to the car and.
Sorry, he being who?
Brent Allen.
Okay, so Brent moved up towards the car?
Yes, closer to the car. Brent Allen was trying to, shoot him, and Alphonse, he was looking down on this, in the front of on the side of the car.
Okay, all right. And then at some point, though, did the shot stop?
Yes.
Okay. And what, did you see Alphonse move?
Yes, he fell in, like, in front of, well, not in front of the light pole, but on the opposite side of the street, in front of, like, directly in front of the driveway there.
Okay, so you're talking about here,
Go up a little bit.
like up the driveway?
No.
This way?
Yes.
Okay, so kind of where this person is?
Yes.
Okay. And so he fell on the ground?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice him move at all after that? And I know it's difficult for you. Take your time. Let me kind of move on from that. What were you doing? Were you watching the whole thing then?
We were all yelling.
Now, you said were you yelling that?
I was yelling, my mother was yelling. We were all yelling.
When the shooting stopped, were you still there on steps?
No, I came down.
Look closer to the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do from there? When Mr. Ringo was on the ground, what did you do?
After Brent and Benjamin left, I ran over to.
You can be who?
Which is Alphonse. I ran over to Alphonse. And I was basically just trying to coach him into breathing.
Did you notice Brent, the defendant, do anything after he finished shooting?
Yes, he walked over to him, kicked him. And that's when my mother kicked Alphonse. That's when my mother, she yelled out. She said, "Don't do that." It's after it's running.
And From there, did you notice where the defendant went?
He jumped in his car.
And was it after that you approached Ringo?
Yes.
Now, where was your mother at that point?
She was maybe,
Did you notice her? If you didn't notice her at that point,
she was maybe like in the middle of the grass in front of the house.
that was when you were with Mr. Ringo
No, this was when,
when the shooting happened.
no, when Brent was standing right out.
Okay. Ultimately, did your mom stay outside with you?
No,
What did she do?
she ran in the house. She was calling 911. I mean, she was hysterical.
Were the kids there?
Yes, the kids were there.
Where were they?
They were upstairs asleep.
Do you know where Brent was? Sorry, Benjamin was during the shooting?
He was standing right there.
Right where?
He was on the sidewalk.
Oh, and would that be to the right or to the left of Brent?
To the,
So,
it would have been to the right.
so Brent would have been around here, correct?
Yes, Brent was there, but a little bit over. Yes, Brent was there.
And then Benjamin was to the right of that?
Yes.
So over here.
No.
Over here?
Yeah.
Now, and again, I know it's difficult for you to get into this, but well, let me kind of go back to your first contact with Mr. Ringo. Did you notice anything in his hand? Like, did you notice a firearm in his hand?
No.
And on his clothing, like anywhere on his person, did you see a gun?
No.
Okay. When you were up to Mr. Ringo when he was lying on the ground, did you see him holding a gun in his hand?
No, can we go back a little bit?
To the fight?
No. To when Brent walked up on him.
I was just asking you first answer the question, and the council wants to ask another question. I'd ask you.
Well, no, he didn't have anything.
I'll withdraw the question. So when Brent, the defendant, moved up to Mr. Ringo, was there something you noticed about Mr. Ringo at that?
Al Crowns, he raised his hands up and he said he was just coming back to get his phone.
And then going back to my question, when you were up close to Mr. Ringo, did you see a gun in his hands?
No.
And anything on his clothing as far as a gun or firearm weapon?
No.
No. Okay. And then while you're at the house, Mr. Ringo's car that he arrived in, did you have an opportunity to look inside the car?
No.
And I'm gonna object to the testimony that was provided by what Alphon says. I was trying to give counsel some more leeway to establish the foundation as to how that would be hearsay. That didn't happen. So I'm asking that information straight directly to the court.
Your Honor, again, it's the effect on the listener. So I can let me ask a few more questions actually to develop that. But basically, the question again goes to the self-defense argument. That I was just coming back to get my phone.
It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Pardon me?
You're saying it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's the effect on the listener. So the listener's state of mind.
What effect is it having on the listener?
So the defendant, hearing the statement, I was just coming back to get my phone.
Right. Right, so what effect does that have on the defendant?
So that suggests to the defendant that he wasn't a threat, that Mr. Ringo was not a threat.
It's not having an effect on this. I'm sustaining it.
Thank you. So it will be stricken in.
So, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to recall where I was at here.
Just so the record is clear, as you raised this issue twice already, about having an effect on the listener. My understanding is for it to have an effect on the listener, something is said, based on what's said, I took some action. That's why I took that action. So it's being offered for that limited purpose. But in this instance, there was no action that was being taken by the defendant. In fact, the defendant did the opposite. Allegedly.
Understood. Right. So again, you didn't see a gun on Mr. Ringo, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any time, did you call 911?
Yes.
And following calling 911, did any law enforcement or anyone arrive?
Yes.
Okay, but eventually they did.
Right.
All right. And then were you able to talk to one of the detectives about what happened? And that was at the scene?
Yes.
Now, I'm just gonna go back to the scene. So you have Peoples 2, and then Peoples 3 as well. This is just a little bit of a clearer view. It doesn't show as much of the yard. So can you tell us about, so the time of day, you said it was about, when the shooting happened, about what time? Okay. You're not exactly sure, but sometime in the early morning around it. So in the photograph, it's kind of dark out. Is that reflective of about what it looked like at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a little bit of light. It looks like it's coming from one of those posts on the left side of the photograph. Do you know what that's from? Okay, so that post that's there on the left side, that's a street light?
Yes.
Okay. And that was kind of shining in the area where the defendant was shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything between you and the defendant when he was shooting? Like any kind of debris, any cars, any people that were in your way?
No.
All right. You had a clear view of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And then just showing exhibit 4, and so this shows the view from your from approximately where you would have been when the shooting occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
But this is a little bit. This photograph's taken a little bit later. Right.
Yes.
And just 1 second, Your Honor. I believe I'm done. I just need to make sure I didn't miss anything here. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Cross-examine.
Yes, please. And good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Now, I'm gonna ask you some questions, and I know that at times I can speak fast. If I ask you a question you don't understand, or I'm unclear about something, just let me know and I'll try to ask you a better question, okay? All right, now, on the evening question, you indicated that you were there with my client's brother, Benjamin, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you had an opportunity to speak to police in this particular case, you explained to them that you and Benjamin were in somewhat of a dating relationship, is that fair?
I said situation. Situation.
Okay, and then also, but it wasn't too serious, is the words you used, because you had someone else that you were more consistent, is that fair?
No.
You recognize this gentleman here in the front row?
Yes.
Have you spoken with him before?
Yes.
He came to your house, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there were times when you were a little bit terse with him because you were in an emotional state, is that fair to say? You know what terse means?
No, well, yes, but I answered every question he asked.
Okay,
He didn't ask me about, was I in a relationship with anyone? No, he didn't.
okay, and you tried to give him as much information as you could, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when you spoke with the gentleman in the first row, indicating for the record that that's the officer in charge, right? You had already given a written statement in relationship to this, correct?
I gave you a written statement. Well, I didn't write a statement. Someone else wrote a statement.
As they were having a conversation with you, right?
Yes.
Were you doing your best to be truthful and accurate about the information as you recalled it?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the conclusion, while you were talking to this individual, this was a dark-skinned young lady from the Detroit Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
You sat inside of her vehicle, right?
Yes.
And she first talked to you about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then after she finished talking with you, she began to recount what you told her in writing, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then after she finished, she gave you an opportunity to read and review your statement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen your statement since you had an opportunity to speak with the police?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me on that on the day that you gave the statement specifically, you simply told the police that you heard the shooting, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so,
I saw the shooting.
excuse me, I appreciate what you testified to today. I'm asking about what was in your written statement. You'd agree that what's in your written statement is I then heard shooting, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not for sure. Can I see that statement, please? Because
Sure. May I approach that?
Yes.
Would you like to see it on my iPad or do you want to see it?
I would like to see a written.
Your Honor, I think the key thing here is that Ms. Garrett did testify that she did not write the statement. The detective wrote the statement. So it's not a complete account of what she did.
That's testimony, so I'm asking.
That's what the witness testified. That's what Ms. Garrett testified.
Again, I'm asking her to refresh her recollection about what's in her statement, that's it.
No objection.
Take a look at that. Read the document over to yourself and then look at that here. Okay?
Yes.
You finished?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, are there some things that actually happened that you observed on that night that are not in the statement?
Yes,
Okay, so, when you, for example, you indicated that you personally observed my client, Mr. Clapp, kick Mr. Ringo while he was on the ground.
yes,
You'd agree that's not in your written statement?
yes,
It's not in there, right?
yes, it's not in.
All right, you agree that on the written examination, you indicated that you observed Mr. Ringo attempting to shield his body and my client pursued him and continued firing, correct?
Yes,
That's what you testified to today, right?
yes,
But
that,
am I not correct? Did you not testify on direct examination that you observed Mr. Ringo shield his body and that Mr. Clapp continued firing?
yes,
And you testified that you observed it, right?
yes,
Now, when you had an opportunity to give your written statement, that's not in there, correct?
no,
Okay, and ultimately, when brother counsel and prosecutor, when he showed you the picture of the scene that was admitted as evidence, you were able to see a front porch, correct? Okay. And you indicated in your written statement that when the shooting started, you were going up the porch, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and were you walking backwards up the porch, with your back to the house, or were you walking facing towards the house like you normally would walk up the steps?
yes, I was facing the door.
Okay, so then that would mean that by your own words, you're facing away from where the shooting is coming from when the shooting starts, right?
When I heard Brent say, is that him? That's when I turned around.
Okay, well, my question to you is, when you heard the gunshots, you were facing away from where the shooting was coming from, correct?
No, once again, the reporter put that in her words. I didn't write that.
Okay,
So when the shots went off, I was already back turned around.
okay, so you're saying that's an error in the statement?
Yes,
Okay, but you would agree that the way the statement reads is that you were walking up the porch and that you heard gunshots? Correct?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to, Ms. Garrett's interpretation of how the statement reads. Again, she didn't write the statement, so she's interpreting what the officer meant.
What's your legal objection?
It's her speculation as to what the officer meant when the officer wrote.
I mean, if that's what's written in the statement, that's not speculative, that's what's there. But I understand that she didn't write the statement.
Counsel,
She's already indicated that that's what they wrote, that's not what she said.
and counsel's asking for Ms. Garrett to speculate, to interpret what the officer meant by stating.
I don't think that was the question.
No, the question was, you agree that the statement reads that you were going up the porch and heard gunshots. I'm asking her to clarify if that would happen or not.
My objection would be relevant, because it's not her statement, so whatever
It's
it
relevant
reads,
because
that's
it's
not relevant.
inconsistent with her testimony now. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. You had an opportunity, I gave you an opportunity to read the statement.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You agree the statement that you signed at the bottom reads that you were going up the porch and then you heard gunshots, correct?
Yes.
But what you're testifying to today is that you were already focused back on them based upon a conversation that was had. Okay, sure, I'll slow it down. Is it your testimony today that your focus turned towards Benjamin and Brent based upon something that you heard them discuss?
Yes.
Okay, and that precedes the gunshots, correct?
Yes.
Meaning before gunshots, right? Okay, if I don't clarify, I want to make sure that we don't have what we have to say.
Okay.
All right, so how much time transpires between when this conversation is had and when the gunshots start?
Maybe probably like 10 seconds in between.
Okay.
So once I heard, is that him? And Benjamin Clapp told him yes. Benjamin Clapp told Brent Clapp yes. I turned around to see what was he saying, is that him too?
Thank you. Let me ask you another question. Did you see Mr. Ringo driving down the residential street where your home is?
It was kind of like he stopped. When he stopped, I saw that part, yes.
Did he approach at a high rate of speed or a slow rate of speed?
No, it was kind of high.
It was high,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about high rate of speed, you would agree with me that have you had experiences before with individuals driving at a high rate of speed to hear their engine?
No, I didn't hear an engine.
I'm asking you.
Yes, I have.
You know what I mean, though?
Right.
And on this particular day, are you saying that it was high enough to where you could hear the engine or not?
No.
Okay, but so that conversation that you heard causes you to turn and focus your attention on those two, correct?
Yes.
Prior to them having that conversation, had you seen Benjamin Clapp with a gun?
I have
I mean,
past tense.
I'm talking about on that particular day. Did you see Benjamin Clapp, not Brent, with the gun prior to that
Benjamin.
conversation?
No,
Okay. You don't recall Benjamin Clapp pulling out a firearm when he was before he had the initial altercation with Mr. Ringo, the initial fight?
no,
Okay. Was there a particular point in time where a neighbor interjected as the two of the gentlemen, Mr. Ringo and Mr. Benjamin Clapp, were fighting?
yes,
Okay. And you agree with me that that gentleman that interjected fired shots into the air, is that correct?
I'm not sure. It was a lot going on. I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it enough going on to where it could potentially have been gunshots that were fired that he wouldn't have heard?
Your Honor, she, objection, that's speculation. She answered the question. She didn't.
Okay, let me ask you something. I'll ask a better question. You're outside, right?
Right.
You're outside while Benjamin and Alphonse are fighting, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that at the particular time that they're fighting, that Alphonse Ringo has a club in his hand, correct?
No, he didn't have the club in his hand when the fight was happening.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the metal club that you had seen him with previously he was able to do damage to the vehicles with the club?
Yes.
Okay, so the type of club this was a strong enough material so that it could damage your car, destroy something.
Yes.
And you observed that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Alphonse Ringo also got physical with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was only when he got physical with you that Benjamin Clapp intervened and the two of them started fighting, correct?
When he was charging my mother.
Okay.
Yes.
And your mother was on the porch that particular time, right?
No, she's down on the walkway.
Okay. So he had already assaulted you at that particular point, right?
Yes.
And then he started charging towards your mother, correct?
Yes, she took the club from him.
Okay.
Yes.
So then Benjamin interjects after you've been assaulted, right?
Right.
Then Benjamin and Mr. Alphonse will start fighting, right?
Yes.
At the conclusion of the fight, Mr. Ringo indicated, "I'll be back," correct?
Yes.
And did you understand that to mean that he was coming back for reasons to start further violence, or was your impression that he was coming back to be peaceful?
Now you're asking.
Okay, look, you've had dealings with Mr. Ringo before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular night when he showed up at your house, did you call the police when you initially got there?
My neighbor did.
Okay, so I'm asking you, did you call?
No.
Okay, and was there ever a particular point in time where you were concerned for your safety while Mr. Ringo was there?
No.
Okay, and is that because things of this nature have happened before?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't perceive this to be a serious threat, correct?
Right. Yes.
But you have that background knowledge because you've known Mr. Ringo for many years.
Yes.
He's the father to your son.
Yes.
Your son is how old?
He's 10.
Okay, and you and Mr. Ringo are no longer in a dating relationship, correct?
Correct.
Last couple of questions for you, ma'am. When you had an opportunity to sign the statement the written discussion that you had with Ms. Lucy, did you read over that statement before you signed it?
I kind of just glanced over this. I was going through a lot at that time, so.
I appreciate that, but you would agree with me that she just didn't show up and shove a pen and paper in your face and start writing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. She answered the question.
Pretty much.
She glanced at it. I think the question's asked and answered.
You'd agree she took her time with you, correct?
Yes.
She gave you time to compose yourself, right?
Yes.
In what respect in asking questions? It's not, again, this isn't relevant to the written statement. It gave her
I'm not
time
sure
to-
what your objection is. What's your objection?
It's, well, I guess the question needs more clarification. It's not relevant.
She allowed you to compose yourself, correct? As best you could.
Yes.
And then at the conclusion of your discussion, you signed both pages of this two-page statement, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a cell phone at any point that outside that was in relationship to Mr. Ringo's?
Yes, I actually called 911 from his cell phone.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you about, so you answered that. Thank you, there's nothing.
Can you redirect?
1 second, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
People would next call Ethel Garrett. Ethel.
I'm not really trying to tell you how to run the case, but do you think you need Ms. Ethel Garrett?
Yeah, just for, walking down.
Please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated here. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud. Talking to the microphone is going to be to your left. Okay. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Garrett, could you please, for the record, just state and spell your first and last name?
Ethel Garrett. GTHEL, Ethel Garrett, GARRETT.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. So I'm going to take you back to February 19th of this year. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And where were you early that morning?
In there with my grandkids.
Okay. Were you at home, sorry?
Yeah, I was at home.
Okay.
Speak into that microphone nice and loud.
And where do you live? Where did you live on February 19th?
4728 Concord, Detroit, Michigan, 48207.
Thanks a lot. And then who else was living with you at the time?
Kenneth Garrett and Cortez.
Okay. And then Kenyatta, what's your relationship to her?
My daughter.
And then Cortez, what's your relationship to him?
My grandson.
Okay. How old was Cortez?
10.
Okay. And on that day, was there anyone else at the residence?
My granddaughter.
Okay.
Maria.
How old was she?
10.
And was there anyone else at the residence?
Where I didn't find out anyone at the residence until I woke up.
Okay. Who else did you see there?
Ben.
And is that Benjamin Platt?
Benjamin Platt.
Okay. Now, were you aware of a relationship between Ben and Kenyatta?
Well, I wouldn't call it a relationship, but you know, they was cool, real cool.
Okay, good enough. And then, at any time, look, and you know Alfonso Ringo?
Yeah.
And, how did you know him?
They were my daughter for 20-something years, 20 or more years. They were together.
Okay. And on February 19th, were they still together?
No.
All right. Do you know where Alphonse was living at that time?
Harper. I don't know the address, but it was 15 at Harper.
Okay. And obviously, so he wasn't living with you and your daughter?
No.
All right. Now, on that particular day, early that morning, did you see Mr. Ringo?
Yes, I think Mr. Ringo.
Okay. Now, before actually seeing him, were you made aware that he was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you made aware?
I was woke up to let me know that he was out there banging on the door in the car.
Did you hear any of that banging?
No,
And then ultimately, how did you know that he was there, that Ringo was there? Ringo.
my daughter hollered up the, Kenyatta hollered up the stairs and let me know that he was out there.
Did you go yourself and check, like look out the window?
Yes,
Okay. And then you saw Mr. Ringo outside?
yes.
Now, did you ever go outside and make contact with Mr. Ringo?
Not at first.
And what prompted you to have contact with Mr. Ringo?
When he grabbed my daughter.
Okay. And where was your daughter when she got grabbed?
In the front door.
Okay. Was the door open?
Yes, she opened the door.
Okay. Your daughter opened the door?
Yes.
Okay. And after Mr. Ringo grabbed your daughter, what did he do?
When he dragged her out the house.
And then upon seeing that, what did you do?
I held on to her. And then I got to the steps. I don't know where the strength came from. He had a club and was hitting her with it. And I grabbed the club and snatched it away from her.
And the club, can you just describe for the court what exactly that was?
Like a car lock club.
So it's a theft protection device goes on steering wheel?
Yes.
And then so you tried to grab that from Mr. Ringo?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Then we came to it.
And then what happened?
Then Benjamin and Alfonso got to fight me.
Okay. Now, about how long did that fight go on? And if you don't remember that.
I don't remember.
Okay. Were there punches thrown? Was this a physical fight?
Yes, there was punches thrown.
All right. And was it just between Mr. Ringo and Ben?
Yes.
Okay. And did that fight eventually end?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when it ended?
When it ended, Mr. Ringo, he left.
And when he left, did you see how he left, like by foot or?
In his car.
All right, okay, he drove away?
Yes.
Now, after he drove away, what did you do? You stay outside? Or?
Yes, I stayed outside for a minute.
Okay.
About a minute. I checked my car. To get that fish. Then I went into the house.
Okay.
Check on my food.
And in that period of time, did anyone else come to the house?
Yes, before I went in the house.
Who is that?
That was Alan.
Alan?
Yes.
Okay.
Brent Allen.
Okay. So, Ellen's first name is Brent? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's his last name?
I'm not for sure it's his last name.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I've been knowing him through my cousin. That's when I first met.
Okay. And then, do you know who he's related to? Is there anyone you know he's related to that you're associated with?
I only know his brother, Ben.
Okay, so Ben was Brent's brother?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. Now, and do you recall what type of, so how did Brent get there? Did he arrive on foot or something else?
He was right issue.
Okay. And when he got there, did you go and talk to him or what happened?
No, I didn't talk to him at all.
Okay.
I checked my car when I went into the house.
Okay. Now, so you're in the house. Was there anything that prompted you to go outside and see Brent? Or Alan, sorry?
Objection, that's legal.
I'll ask you a different way then. So Ms. Garrett, so after you went in the house, was there anything you noticed while in the house? Anything that drew your attention while you were in the house?
On my way back out,
Okay. Walking out the house?
I was on my way back out the house when I heard a gunshot.
Okay, heard a gunshot, all right. And what did you do upon hearing the gunshot? Did you keep walking out the house?
Yes, I was on the porch, I was right there, I was on the porch.
Okay, when you heard that first gunshot, were you on the porch?
No, I was coming out the door.
Okay. Did you see where the shot was coming from?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
What I saw was, Allen was shooting at Alfonso cars.
And did you see a gun in Allen's hand?
Yes.
Can you just describe roughly where, actually, I'll withdraw that 1 second. So Ms. Garrett, I'm just gonna ask you to turn around, do a 180, and there's a screen. If you can just look up at the screen, okay? Do you recognize this? And for the record, this is people's exhibit too. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
In front of my house.
Okay. And at this point in time, so is this your doorway right here? Do you see that where the cursor is?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where you were when you heard the shots?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, if you can tell me to move the cursor to where Allen was, would it be to the right or to the left?
To my left.
To your left? Sitting right there to your left?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So over this way?
Yes.
Okay. And then approximately where? Was he on the grass? Was he on the sidewalk? Was he on the road?
He was right there. Right there by the, just about right there, maybe a little bit closer. Right, no, go back a little bit. No, right, it's right up in there, it was right there.
Okay. Now I have a point on the sidewalk. Would his feet have been on the sidewalk, or would they have been on the grass or the roadway? Or do you remember? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember.
Okay, but somewhere around here. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you can see in this photograph, there's some light at the top, coming from the top of that post there.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just explain how that light is illuminating there? Is that a light post?
That's a light post.
Okay, gotcha. And so as it's lit up, that area is lit up. Is that how it was lit up on that particular morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what time approximately is it when the shooting happened? And if you don't remember exactly.
I don't remember.
Okay. Was it early in the morning, later in the morning, night, afternoon?
Early in the morning.
Okay. Now, where were you aware of or did you see Mr. Ringo at this?
When I saw Mr. Ringo, he got a car trying to shield himself.
And how was he trying to shield himself?
Ducking until you.
And then you said the car, there's a car just in the middle of the photograph. Is that the car he was in?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the car?
No.
And then ask, so ultimately, did you see the shooting end? Like, did you stay outside until the shooting ended?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened then?
Mr. Brent Allen walked over towards him.
Is that towards Mr. Ringo?
Towards Mr. Ringo.
Okay.
Over one. With the gun. That's when I started screaming. What are you doing? Don't do this. What is you doing? If you kick one, kick Mr. Ringo. I just ran out for an hour.
Okay. And, now did you ever, sorry to ask you, I know it's difficult for you. Did you ever go over to Mr. Ringo's body? No.
No, I'm scared. No.
I'm just gonna ask you about when you had that contact with Mr. Ringo when the fight went on, okay?
Yes.
Did you see a gun in Mr. Ringo's hands?
No.
Did you see a gun like on his clothing or anywhere on him?
No.
All right. Now, you said that you called 911. If I played that recording of the call now, would you recognize it?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I just asked the call, or to play was marked as people proposed number 10. They can play a little bit past Ms. Garrett to identify whether that's the voice or not, and then play the whole thing. And
Sunday, February 19, 2023, 02:38 and 32 seconds.
Let's be close 911. What's happening to the emergency?
4728 Concord, and then it's in all the ambulance, please.
I'm just gonna pause there and just take a minute here. And when you're ready, you recognize the voice.
Yes. Yes, I don't have any objections to this stuff coming in. It's the excited utterance under the 911 exception.
Thank you. I'll play there.
Ma'am, you said, slow down. 47, ma'am, you're saying a lot of numbers. What's the address?
4728 Concord. 4728 Concord. Gratiot and Forest.
Tell me exactly what
It's a
happened.
house. It's a house. It was a shooting outside. I'm about to.
Are you in the house or outside?
Now, I'm just gonna pause it at 49 seconds. For the record, I started this at 0 seconds. Now, were you able to hear what you just said? Okay. What did you say in that 9? Let me play the portion of it again I'm asking about. So I'm starting this again at 28 seconds for the record.
house. It's a house. It was a shooting outside.
I'm going back again, now for 20 seconds.
47.
Ma'am, you said, slow down.
28 Concord.
47, ma'am, you're saying a lot of numbers. What's the address?
4728 Concord. 4728 Concord. Gratiot Forest.
Tell me exactly what
It's a
happened.
house. It's a house. It was a shooting outside. I'm about to.
Are you in the house or outside?
Okay, so just there, can you make out what you just said to the operator about the shooting? He asked you what you just saw.
Yes, I was shooting outside.
Okay. You indicate the operator you saw the shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in the house. I didn't go outside.
Okay, slow down there, ma'am. Slow down. Can you see anything?
They called an ambulance. I don't think he did. Oh, Jesus.
Ma'am?
Please, yes.
What got units requested? What got units requested? I'm going to ask you several questions. Are you with the patient now?
Is I'm in the house? Yes, I'm in the house.
No, I said, are you with the patient?
No. My daughter out there with the patient. My daughter was out there with the patient. Oh,
you said your daughter. Okay, how old is the patient?
He's about 46, 47.
Is he?
Your Honor, I'm going to stop the recording at a minute and 30 seconds, and I don't need to play any more of it. That's objects.
No.
So Ms. Garrett, after calling 911, did anyone respond? See police after that?
Yes.
And was there an ambulance that showed up as well? If you didn't notice, that's fine.
I didn't know.
Oh. Did you talk to any of the police officers?
Yes.
And now, when you talked to the police officers, where were you?
You took me to a car.
Were you inside the car?
Yes.
And then the officer questioned you inside the car?
Yes.
Oh. Now, and was that still within the area of where your house was at?
Yes.
Now, when you talked to the detective at that point in time, was there anything? Did you describe what you had saw, what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that description that you told the officer that was not accurate, not true?
Yes.
And what was that?
Yeah, I did not know the shooter.
Okay. So you told the detective you didn't know the shooter?
Yes.
Okay. But you did actually know it was Brent Allen?
Yes.
Now, was there anything you maybe didn't say or left out about actually seeing who the shooter was? Did you tell the detective that you saw who the shooter was? That you saw the shooting?
I told him I saw the shooting. I saw the shooting.
Okay. Now I'm talking about just when you were interviewed in the police car. At that point in time, did you tell that detective that you actually saw the shooting?
Yes.
And do you remember that? Let me ask you this. Do you remember the entire interview in the police car right now, 100%? What you told the detective?
Yes.
You remember everything you told the detective at that point in time?
Yes.
Now, later on, after talking to that detective, were you interviewed again You talked to police officers someplace else?
Yes.
Where was that?
1301.
Okay. Was that at the police department?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you shown a photo line? You were telling me you were shown a photo line?
Yes.
All right. And if I may approach, Your Honor. May I approach the witness from there? What I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed 11. Can you just flip through that, just take a look at every page and then flip through it? And what is people's proposed 11? Is this the photo lineup that you were?
Yes.
Okay. And is this true and accurate as far as the photos that they showed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when they showed you these photos, did you pick out any of those individuals for any reason? Okay. And I'm showing you the second page of people's 11. And is that the person you picked out?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's some writing on there. Did you write those? Did you make those notes on it?
Young man that,
The detective did?
detective did.
Okay. And then you signed on the bottom there?
Yes.
Okay. Was that accurate, what he wrote?
Yes.
What you said?
Yes.
The people that offered evidence what's been marked as people's 11.
Any objection? You will admit it?
So then, so just to confirm, Ms. Garrett, why, when you talked to the detective in the car, why did you make that statement that you didn't know who the shooter was?
I was scared.
Sorry to ask you again and take your time, but can you just tell the court why you're scared?
I was just scared. I just saw someone in my house. I was scared. I just want to make sure my kids. I'm scared my kids.
And then just finally, Ms. Garrett, which, and I have to ask you this, if you saw Allen today, you recognize him, you see him in the courtroom?
I believe the record is fully made as to identification. This is Cumulative. You have an admitted exhibit, prior identification.
I can't hear you.
I said we have an admitted exhibit and a prior identification.
This was the
Admitted would be admitted exhibit, and I didn't object to it.
That doesn't necessarily mean.
That's fine. Okay. Well, then I'll stipulate it. Let's, I don't think identification.
Counsel stipulated that the defendant, Brent Allen, Jr. identification has been made as the person at the location who allegedly fired the shot. Is that right?
Yes, for exam purposes, yes.
That's the purposes of stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. Your Honor, the court has,
I just want you to come on with this.
I'm done. I just wanted to make sure.
All right.
No further questions.
Yes. Ma'am, I'll be very brief for you, okay? Okay, you described that you observed your daughter actually get assaulted by Mr. Ringo on a particular day, is that correct?
Repeat that question.
Did you see your daughter actually get hit with a club by Mr. Ringo?
Yes.
Did you see the damage that he had done to cars?
Yes.
Was he making threatening statements at that particular time as well?
No, I didn't get great statement.
Have you seen Mr. Ringo before?
I have seen him before.
Have you interacted with him before?
Yes.
Based upon your experiences with him, did he appear to be upset at a particular time that he was at the location?
Yes.
Was there a particular point in time where you heard gunshots? Well, let me ask you this. I'll ask you a different question first. Did you see Benjamin Clapp and Mr. Ringo fighting? Okay, you recognize that Benjamin and Brent are brothers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please keep your voice up.
Yes.
Was there a particular point in time, did you hear gunshots while Benjamin and Mr. Alphonse Ringo were fighting?
No.
Okay, you don't recall hearing anyone fire shots at that particular time?
No.
Did you ever see Benjamin Clapp with a gun on that particular day?
Yes.
Okay, when was that?
That was at night.
Okay, at what point was it what, before the fight happened, was it after the fight, was it?
Before the fight.
Okay, and that was before Brent arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a particular point in time, did you see Mr. Ringo leave?
Yes.
Were you anticipating that he would come back to the house when he left?
No.
Okay. Was it a surprise to you that he had come back?
No.
Why not?
But he have came back before.
Okay, and you anticipated that that could potentially happen that night as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were afraid, and that's why you said you didn't tell the police who was shooting on that particular night, correct?
That's correct.
And you'd agree also, when you gave your written statement, you didn't tell the police that you actually saw the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, but is it, I want to be clear, is it your testimony that you saw the shooting?
Yes, I saw the shooting.
Okay, can you describe for the court what you saw when the shots were fired? Who was positioned where?
I was on the front porch.
Okay,
Adam was shooting at the car.
okay,
Shooting at the car. All I can remember after he was shooting at that car, I said, Alfonso, get out the car, trying to shield himself. Trying to shield himself around the car. Then he fell over, and I saw Mr. Brent walk over there with the gun around him. I don't know what they were saying, but I was screaming, saying, don't do this, or my son is dead. I was going to do whatever, like that. And then he kicked him.
now, in terms of the kick, would you agree, are you able to tell the court what portion of his body that he kicked?
Like his legs. Like his legs.
All right, are you certain that he didn't kick his arm or his hand, or someone would have been holding something, or are you certain? about that?
No, he kicked his legs.
Okay, and then at that particular point that he left, correct?
I ran in the house, so I ran in the house for that.
Have you discussed this matter with your daughter prior to coming to testify?
No.
Okay. All right, well, you'd agree, now, when you described the shooting just a moment ago, I didn't interrupt you, right?
Yeah, you're right, yes.
Okay, and you'd agree, just as I asked you what happened on a particular night, that's how Detective Mays asked you what happened as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you agree, bless you, Richard. You'd agree that the response that you gave to the same question from Detective Mays is different than what you just gave in court, correct? Okay, so the details that you provided today about observing the shooting and how it happened, none of that's in your written statement, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and after the written statement was concluded, you signed it as if it was true and accurate, correct?
I'm scared. Yes, correct.
So nothing, now the reason why it could be understandable, I just want to clarify that you signed it afterwards it was true and accurate, right?
Yes.
Thank you, just nothing further.
Can you redirect?
You know, just briefly. That written statement, Mr. Garrett, when were you given that?
On the 19th, February the 19th.
Was that when the police officer was interviewing you in the car?
Yes.
That was right after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, man. Give me a second.
You know, the people have no further witnesses we move for bind over.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, thank you.
Bind over?
Argument. So basically, the testimony was consistent. among both Ms. Garrett's. So the defendant obviously shot towards Mr. Ringo, and ultimately, as the ME report indicates, he was killed as a result of gunshot wounds. Now, as far as the premeditation, so there was a struggle initially when Mr. Ringo arrived at the residence. He then left, returned about 10 to 15 minutes later. At that point, there wasn't any threat as far as Mr. Ringo being armed. It was clear with the testimony that Mr. Ringo did not have a firearm on him during the struggle. It was clear that after he was shot, he didn't have a firearm on him. So there was no threat that would justify the defendant actually shooting at Mr. Ringo. The defendant did make a statement prior to shooting Mr. Ringo. He asked Ben, "Is that him?" And then subsequently shot the victim. Premeditation doesn't need to take, half an hour, doesn't need to take a day, doesn't need to take any planning. Just the fact that there was sufficient time for the defendant to form that intent. And here there was sufficient time. He came over after this fight had occurred. And in the period he was there was no confrontation between Mr. Ringo or anybody. And then at the point he shot at Mr. Ringo was in his car, unarmed. There was absolutely no reason for him to shoot. All that evidence is completely inferent. It completely infers the intent of premeditation. So with that, Your Honor, there's sufficient evidence for count one. Obviously, a firearm was used in the commission of this felony. So I'd also ask the court find sufficient evidence. And again, it's probable cause. So find sufficient evidence for count two.
Yes, Judge, I'll be very brief, as I think that the testimony, although differing, although impeached, I still think the court is probably required to take it at face value for purposes of the exam, especially considering that it's a lower standard. So the nature of my objection will be focusing on how different individuals could perceive a certain set of situations if they're in Mr. Clapp's position. So you have an individual that is just been at a residence, been at a home unannounced and damaged property, assaulted an individual, and then got into a fight. And then when that individual leaves at the conclusion of the fight, he says, "I'll be back." Right? That was the testimony.
But you will concede that your client allegedly was not there for you.
Certainly, right? But what I'm saying is, if that's the setting that's unfolded, and then when he gets there, now, of course, we're not allowing the nature of what they discussed prior to that vehicle coming back to come to evidence, because that would be hearsay. That's something for a later day when the division testifies about what they talked. But at that particular point in time, we know that Mr. Ringo comes back at a high rate of speed, right? So the court would have to conclude that Mr. Clapp had no knowledge about the violence that had taken place perpetuated by Mr. Ringo before he arrived, and that he came back only for peaceful reasons.
Let's just say for argument's sake that he was full aware of what had took place. Like possibly that's why he was there to begin with, because of what took place. So he was there for his brother.
Correct. So what I was saying in relationship to that is, if the shooting starts prior to, and then I guess, the testimony is kind of up in the air about that, but if the shooting starts prior to him being fully out of the vehicle, we don't know what he's doing inside of the vehicle with his hands before he gets there. And again, Judge.
So why wouldn't that be a question of fact to determine what I tried?
Which is why I led off with saying the focus point of my argument, they create just that. But nonetheless, Judge, I'm still gonna make the objection to first degree murder on behalf of Mr. Clapp, because the way I look at it is, it's a situation that's set in stone on a that's set in place on a continued set of circumstances whereby an individual who's previously involved in a fight, threatens to come back, has not necessarily a dangerous weapon in terms of how it's utilized with the club, right? Then leaves and then comes back. Normally, in my life experience, and I think generally in anyone's life experience, when an individual is present with a non-lethal weapon and says, "I'll be back," after getting into a fight, it's never been my experience that that individual comes back again with a non-lethal weapon. And that it's reasonable that he could have inferred this gentleman was coming back with a gun. Now, whether or not he was required under the law to wait and see before he fired, I guess would be questionable another day. But it does go to premeditation and deliberation about whether or not he intended to kill that individual. For those reasons, I'd object to the binder on first degree murder and ask the court to reduce it to second degree. Thank you.
All right, so the court heard evidence that the complaining witness in this matter was, for lack of a better term, wild and out at this residence. He's fighting the mother of his child, her mother. He has some kind of carjack or wheel lock, whatever it was, in his hands that had to be taken from him. He leaves the defendant's brother, is who he's fighting with. The defendant's brother shows up, and the time that he shows up, the complaining witness comes back. He pulls up at a fast pace. It's a question of fact as to whether or not this defendant reasonably believed that his life was in danger when the complaining witness showed up. Was his actions reasonable in firing multiple shots into the vehicle, then walking around the vehicle and walking up to the complainant and then kicking, put a cherry on top? I submit to you that a rational trier of fact could find that this is a first degree murder premeditated, that the defendant had ample opportunity to reflect on those actions or took those actions in firing multiple shots into the vehicle and striking and killing Alfonso Cortez Rita. Court is satisfied that people make the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Second Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. There's a writing on the information dated time of April 11, 2023 at 9 o'clock p.m.
Judge, I'd ask the court to allow me to address mine. I'll be very brief. Judge, Judge, I'd ask that the court in this particular case consider the fact that my client has no prior violent criminal history whatsoever. He surrendered in this particular case. His only prior contact with the criminal justice system is receiving and concealing stolen property. And just as the court outlined that a rational trier of fact could potentially convict him, I believe that based upon the set of circumstances when a jury has an opportunity to hear from his brother, whose version of the events will be fundamentally different than what the court had an opportunity to hear from today. And that's before we even get into the meat of the case. When you look at his prior criminal history, when you look at his ties to the community, which I believe is outlined in the DSG report, when I asked what his risk score was, I believe it's the second lowest that you can get. So when we talk about ties to the community and bond factors, it would suggest that he should be able to get bond. And when you look at the facts and circumstances of the case, it's going to hinge on the credibility of two witnesses, both who have given fundamentally different versions of the story to police than they gave when they had an opportunity to testify before the court. And specifically this business about pursuing him and continue to pursue and fire as he was out of the vehicle, that's not on any of the recordings or in the witness statement. So I submit to the court that there's a high likelihood that a reasonable trier of fact could potentially find him not guilty of first degree murder. And for that reason, Judge, if they're going to consider manslaughter second degree, I'd ask to consider the court to consider setting bond at $250,000 cash surety, no 10% with a house arrest condition. Thank you.
And Your Honor, given the testimony the court heard, Mr. Clapp, despite his, it sounds like he does have one felony at least. He's a dangerous man. So to react in this particular situation, the way he did, is by shooting somebody, there was no reason to believe he was armed, no reason to believe there was anyone who was in danger. This is someone that society should feel more comfortable with, communities feeling safer with being, held with, no bond. So, he would ask the court not modify bond.
So the only thing I would say in response to that is for brother counsel to suggest that there was no reason to believe that Mr. Ringo was dangerous presupposes a lot. It mitigates all of the cases or ignores all of the cases that you and I have heard that we've been a part of, where an individual who doesn't have a weapon says, I'm gonna be right back. And they come back with a gun. That's a logical inference based upon that set of circumstances.
So let's take some more logical inferences. Since this is just non-hearing confidential here, the logical inference I can make is that the defendant's brother called him and told him exactly what was going on. It's your client, instead of calling the police or anything like that, armed himself, went to that location and asked the brother, is that him? And then shots ring out and start shooting.
So Judge, and I would agree with you, but except for this case is the only reason I'm interrupting the court. Factually, we know that that's not true. And so does the government. We know that the weapon that was used, he did not bring that weapon to the scene. He didn't arm himself. The gun that was actually used was the gun that Mr. Clapp had prior to getting.
So today I have before me those that it was your client who pulled the trigger. And it was also your client who said, is that him? If he was asking his brother, is that him?
Right, and
you had time to ask, is that him? It wasn't, watch out, I think he got a gun or anything like that. Is that him? This is my intended target. Before I start unloading on some innocent person, I want to make sure that that's him.
Right, and that's why I was saying, and I think it's important to know that the police have confirmed that he didn't come to the scene armed based upon the gun that was given to them over the course of their investigation. And then we dispute that conversation is that him that would happen. That's why I'm saying it's unfortunate.
I get that part, but he at some point in time took possession of the weapon and decided to shoot this person in the car. For all intended purposes, all I know thus far is that this was an unarmed man in the car. He didn't even have the will lock with him at the time, because that was taken from him out of money. I don't know how big was this guy. You let a woman take a will lock from you. That's how that took. 49 years old. 61, 184 pounds.
So he's not small, but he's not huge either. I'm not making an argument that he's massively intimidating. I'm saying that this is an immediacy type of thing, Judge. And I appreciate that they have a different viewpoint of how that should be viewed. But when I look at an immediacy thing, I ask myself, is it possible that someone has interpreted the situation differently? And I think it is.
And that's ultimately what the trier of fact is going to have to decide. But this court, I believe, we ordered the DSU this minor do that.
We did.
They recommended their action.
Because they're continuing to do that, and it's obviously it's litigation that I'm going to have to initiate with the company that does the DSUs, whoever department is, because they're continuing to act like People versus Reginald Davis doesn't exist. It came out in April of 2021. The case stands for the premise that you can no longer remand someone based on the charges alone. Right? That's the entire reason that we took the case all the way up to the Michigan Supreme Court, and that it's a published Court of Appeals case. And despite what's now established in clear law, the individuals that are doing the DSU reports continue to base their no action on the charge alone. So that's why I only give those weight for purposes of their analysis. I'm not asking the court to just disregard the whole thing, because I think that the investigation they do about background is important. But at some point, they've got to stop just saying based on the charge, remand. Like that's not.
Well, that's just their recommendation too.
Fair enough.
And this court is going to continue to remand based on the facts and circumstances I've heard here today, in addition to the defendant's criminal record, and that he's had a criminal record. I'm not sure if he can or should have been charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm.
RCSP is not specified.
Okay, so yes, not. In any event, and how long ago was that?
Over a decade ago.
How old is he?
39. 3 minor children, gainfully employed. Chrysler. And then I don't know if I was clear, because I know I covered a lot, but Detective Mays, I called him, Mr. Clapp came to the office, and I told him that we would be in, and we came in the same day. There was no delay, there was no back and forth, and I think that he would stand up or tell the prosecutor differently, he wouldn't let me. I would mislead the court, one, in that regard, and two, it was just that succinct.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the defendant's criminal history, he has an ordinance violation for 2002 for trespass, and then he had a ordinance violation, for some traffic related, and then an open container. I wasn't aware of the stolen property, offense that counsel, brought up, that didn't come through PCA. And just for the record, Your Honor, hate to prolong this, but just counsel said something that we're aware of, that the defendant came to the location unarmed, and that's not true at all. In fact, it's our belief that that Benjamin contacted the defendant to come to the location to bring him his gun. And I didn't get into this with the ladies, but with Ms. Garrett and Ms. Garrett. But their testimony would be that Ben didn't have a gun. And yes, Kenneth Garrett's testimony would be that Ben didn't have a gun. So the allegation that the defendant came unarmed and got the gun from Ben, there's no basis.
There is a basis. I asked Ethel Garrett if she saw a gun in Benjamin Clapp's hand immediately before the fight, and she said yes.
No, she said she saw him with the gun earlier in the day.
Right, right, earlier before the shooting, right?
Before the shooting, not right before the shooting.
Right, when the fight took place, Judge. Not right before, I'm talking about when the fight took place, by the testimony 10 or 15 minutes before. Then the same gun, which Detective Mays and his staff was able to trace and establish who the gun was registered to. What you're saying is that Ben should be sitting next to his brother. No,
why not? Because he would have to have given the gun to his brother.
Or Judge, that would presuppose that I'm saying that he handed it to him. I'm saying.
Oh, so either that or the defendant took it.
But either scenario just goes back to what I'm saying is only I'm addressing the fact that he did not come to a location armed. Now, certainly, if the police believed that they had evidence of that, they would have charged Mr. Benjamin, but they didn't, because I think it's clear that that's not what happened. In the further investigation they did, they were able to confirm.
So either one or two things happened. Either he came to the location with the gun, or he got the gun from his brother. And if he got the gun from his brother, either he took it from his brother or his brother gave it to him. There's only two ways that can happen.
I'm not disputing that. My only point was addressing he didn't come there armed. And that's it.
So we had varying opinions as to whether he was armed or not. Luckily, I don't have to resolve that. I'm going to continue to remand from now. That'll be for the interest of public safety. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach for the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on lunch until 2:30.
Well, that's kind of.
That was here on my next case too, right?
Yes.
So 2:30. So I can give these guys one.
You need to talk to them? All right. Real quick, we gotta take.
Yes, real quick.
Okay. How are you, sir? Doing good. And yourself?
All right.
Good.
Good to see you.
How are you? I'm good, sir. How are you?
I need somebody to go here.
Personal citizen badge. It's also trained.
But it says 1:30.
Yeah, you're ready to go to lunch. Will you be able to be here?
Yes, I will. What's going on? Just have to eat. I think she was saying they were gonna go to lunch break.
What are you here on?
But I don't know, like,
On case, other case.
You're coming up again.
Are you an interpreter?
Yeah, Judge.
Who are you interpreting for?
That I have no idea. What else do I maybe for the weakness or something, I don't know.
Mr. Tubbs, how you doing?
Your Honor, I'm doing fine. How about yourself? You okay?
Doing good.
Okay, good.
So we got big dealings with you this afternoon.
Big dealings with me.
We just broke for lunch at 2:30.
I just broke until 2:30.
Yes, sir. I gotta give him an hour lunch.
Okay, I can bring you to her.
I'll hang on to it.
I got a trial schedule. I've been
Come
ordered
back
to
at
be
2:30, right?
in front of, Judge, Cox, Keeper Cox, at 2:30. I told him I had some over here, starts at 1:30. He said, I need you here at 2:30.
You got over there.
With him, it's just a real brief matter. I had a client that,
Nothing you do is free. What do you have over there?
okay, just, it's a review. My client, we already have a trial date, and he's supposed to be in court this morning. And he didn't make it to court because he had a misunderstanding. So judge said 2:30 on issue of warrant for his arrest. So that's just, I'll go over there, do a review, and I could run back. I can be here at quarter to 3. I'm not gonna try not to hold the court up. Because initially he said 1:30. I said, no, I cannot be here. I have to be over here on a continuing preliminary examination, homicide situation. So I said 2:30, or he's going to issue a case in a lot of months. So I got inconvenience.
He said,
Yeah, they call it a review. That's just to see whether or not a case is going to trial. It's going to trial. We have, I
so like a final conference?
yes, but it's beyond final conference, so they call it a review. When they said trial dates so far in advance.
Is it a possibility you could appear by Zoom?
Not sure, Your Honor, because earlier I asked the judge, I talked to my client, he for one misunderstood, can he appear by Zoom? He said, no, I need him and you record physically. So that's what he said this morning.
Well, I understand your client happened to be there in person, but why can't you appear by Zoom? You have a number for Judge Cox?
Keeper Cox. You have it? I know it's 6-4. I'm getting ready to call.
Mr. Perkins knows everything. What's Mr. Judge Cox number, Mr. Perkins?
He's new.
Oh, it depends on whose judge docket he takes over. They take the same number. I don't know. I can text him.
I can get the number right now.
Did you want to text him? Did you want to call the judge?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
42391.
2391.
Okay, thank you.
What the situation is, the seller.
You guys go eat.
Huh?
I talked to my staff, supposed to go eat. So, Mr. Tuttles, are you before Kiefer Cox or Kevin Cox?
Kiefer.
That's 2477.
Okay. 2477.
Yeah.
sounds like.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'm good, you doing good? Hold on, ask that question again. Oh, I thought I saw 3, 4, and 5.
Do what?
I mean, I checked in on
Could you ask him his Zoom number because he's not on our list? He's not on my list. He wasn't a judge, but not.
It's 832-528.
Of course, 832
528
528
9792.
9792.
Yes, sir. 9792.
9792. I want to make sure I got the show. 9792. Okay.
So be there right at 2:30.
On Zoom.
Yes, but your client has to be there in person.
Now I have to go talk to Judge. I'm going to see her in person. But the reason why I'm be at 2:30 is because I have something from Judge Crockett at 2:30. But I'm ready to go over there now and talk to Judge Crockett.
Jermaine Walker, can I help you?
I gotta try.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, I was supposed to be on Zoom for this the prosecutor told me for Zoom today.
On what case, sir?
It was for Cortez Hicks.
They told you to appear on Zoom. I think you're supposed to be here in person.
No, I can't be here in person because I can't walk from the accident. The prosecutor, yeah.
I see. All
Yeah.
right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to come back at 2:30 because we just broke until then, okay?
Okay, so okay, because she told me 1:30 now. Okay, all right, no
Yeah,
problem.
it was 1:30, but we just took a break, so we're gonna come back at 2:30.
Okay, so no problem. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Joe Ross, can I help you? No. Joe Ross. Joe Ross, can I help you?
But they going to lunch.
Yes.
They fussing at me because I told y'all just started. Mhm. Lengthy case. Was it? One more, right? Two more with the same person?
First one gonna be short, right? Because that's the held in part.
Time you got two attorneys, and it takes some time. Yes.
I have two witnesses that are appearing on Zoom. Is there anyone in the waiting room that I can let them know I have a doctor and then I have a victim?
The victim already came on, I told him to come back at 2:30.
Perfect.
And we just go, have to see the doctor.
Okay, so if a doctor does come on, her name is Michelle Flynn. I'm gonna try to contact her as well.
I'll hang around and see if she shows up.
Yeah, she should be there by now, at least one. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Not gonna eat?
I ate breakfast. You didn't see me up here?
I don't pay attention to others.
Oh, yeah, I had a nice breakfast. Hi, you must be the doctor we're waiting on.
Hello,
Are you the doctor?
I'm Michelle Glenn. Yes, I'm Dr. Glenn.
Okay, Dr. Glenn, we're gonna start back up at 2:30, so if you could join us back at that time, we'd much appreciate it.
At 2:30?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will be back at 2:30.
All right, thank you very much. See you then.
Thank you.
So it's
Only Mr. Hicks. Other one, I think it's back and forth. Then goes to a little call. That's what- that's a guy. Oh.
All right.
I was playing.
Antonio Tuttle and Adam Clement. You know Adam.
I know Mr. Puddles.
Oh, Adam Clement. Oh. 77233.
Right.
You need my P number?
No, I.
Yeah.
I got a funny guy. Yeah.
Well,
It'll be okay.
until the door closes. All right.
Okay.
No problem. And you want.
Yeah.
He's rejected the offer.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I have the order terminating of the material witness, the detainer, may I have that signed to the court now, or should I still have it?
Where's that?
Thank
How many witnesses do you have?
you, Your Honor.
I think this is probably a little quicker.
Yes.
Remember, I didn't say anything.
Okay, let's have Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, on your way up now.
Okay.
Oh, what are we doing, just Mr. Hicks by himself? I don't know which one this is, because I call both of them up. Which one?
Okay. Hold on, I'll take her for them.
This is next.
Sir. Yes. I know. Oh, I heard. So I'm not gonna. Oh, that's for. Yeah.
Hold on, no going away.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Is that Mr. Hicks in the back? Somebody back there.
That's Mr. McIntosh. Oh, no, that's here you go. Yes.
Okay.
That's on them, bro. You ready on the next?
No, we don't get it. Just like we do.
Gonna walk through that door right there.
Calling case 2355696, Rico State of Michigan versus Cortez Hicks. Defendant discharged from count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2 operating while intoxicated, cause of death. Count 3 reckless driving, cause of death. Count 4, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury. Count 5, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury. Count 6, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury. Count 7, reckless driving causes serious impairment of the body function. Count 8, reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function. Count 9, reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function. Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, I apologize. This is the two defendant case, the homicide first, the held part.
This was a continuation of that homicide 1. This is the second degree vehicle.
Well, that was the one I was asking about. If this one would be put in the code. So you guys take the other one, yours would be put at 2 weeks.
The continuation of the homicide 1 will be quicker than the homicide 2 that we have not started.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
We'll have Mr. McIntyre as well.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McIntyre. Yeah, clear that. Thank you. And we'll do it so small.
Calling case 2355805, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Deontay Gregory McIntosh, defendant number 2, Cortez McIntosh. Both defendants are charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Both defendants are charged in count 2, felony firearm. Both defendants are charged in count 3, assault with intent to murder. Both defendants are charged in count 4, felony firearm. Both defendants are charged in count 5, assault with intent to murder. Both defendants are charged in count 6, felony firearm. Both defendants are charged in count 7, assault with intent to murder. Both defendants are charged in count 8, felony firearm. Defendant 1 is charged in count 9, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Defendant 1 is charged in count 10, felony firearm. Defendant 1 has an individual intersecting offense. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sarah Benoma on behalf of the people, P4189.
May it please the court, Judge Adam Clemens, P number 77233, appearing on behalf of Mr. McIntyre. Sir, state your name for the record, please.
Deontay McIntosh.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio Details on behalf of my client. That's Mr. Cortez Hicks, who stands to my near left arm. Mr. Hicks, can you state your name for the record, please?
All right, today is the date time set for continued examination. I was continued from March 30th to today's date. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand that people have 2 witnesses, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call the first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Officer Sabrina Elwer.
Now, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there.
Yes.
I-O-N.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. And when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Sabrina Carrion, C-A-R-I-O-N.
And what is your maiden name?
Elward, E-L-W-A-R-D.
And where are you currently employed?
Detective Department.
And in what capacity?
As a police officer.
And were you employed in this capacity on October 13th of 2020?
Yes.
Did you in fact work on that date? Yep. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And did your duties take you down near Schaefer and Jeffries?
Yeah.
And what brought you to that location?
I was advised via radio by code 4300 that the suspect, Deontay McIntosh, was inside of a
And when you made that location, what if anything did you observe?
some clothes and some boots in the back seat.
I'm sorry, before you make an observation of items or anything, when you first make that location at Jeffries and Schaefer, what if anything did you observe? Do you observe a vehicle?
Correct, yes, I did.
Maybe, Your Honor.
It's kind of foundation, but it is the
When you first make that location, what if anything? I observed the vehicle, what kind of vehicle? Blue pickup? Sure. And what if anything do you do when you make that observation?
I initiated a traffic stop on that vehicle.
And did you observe the driver of that vehicle?
Yes,
Who was that individual?
Deontay Mack.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
And can you please point to that individual and state something that they are doing?
Yes, he is right there, wearing a green shirt and glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of defendant one, Deontay McIntosh.
So,
And was Mr. McIntosh placed under arrest?
Yes,
And did you make observations of items in the vehicle that you stated earlier?
yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
okay.
I'm handing you people's proposed exhibit 8 through C. Can you look at these photos and let me know if those items look familiar? How do those items look familiar?
The items were in the back seat of this pickup truck.
Okay. Do those photos fairly naturally depict the clothing that you observed on the day?
Yes.
That we're speaking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, people move to admit people's exhibit 8.
Any objections?
The same objection that I had made previously, Judge, regarding the nature of the arrest. This would be a search to arrest us. So that's my objection.
No, I do not think it's that's my.
Admitted.
Your Honor, people, may I publish?
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Now, you indicated that you were working on patrol on that particular day.
I was working in special operations.
What led you to effectuate a traffic stop on this particular day?
We were advised by, code 4300 via radio.
Okay, when you said we were advised as the code 43, what does that mean?
Can you rephrase the question? I don't understand.
I'm trying to get an understanding as to why you executed a traffic stop on this particular vehicle. What information did you get?
That Deontay McIntosh was driving a blue pickup truck in that area.
Okay, did the defendant commit a traffic infraction on that particular day?
I don't recall, it might be in my report, I don't remember.
So you basically stopped this individual and arrested him based upon getting information from someone else, is that correct?
Can I refresh my, memory? It's been a while, so.
I don't know what to give you to refresh your recollection.
My report?
Do you have that? And what specifically would you be refreshing your recollection with the police report?
If I had listed on there why we had initiated traffic stop, if there was another infraction that he had committed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was there another infraction that had taken place?
Yes,
What was that?
he had disregarded a red traffic signal.
Okay, did you issue a citation for that offense?
I don't recall.
Did you ask for license, registration, and proof of insurance?
I approached the passenger side.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not he was ordered to provide those documents?
I don't,
Okay, and ultimately, he was placed under arrest, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and this took place on what particular day?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
You don't remember what day you arrested
This
this man?
specific date, I don't remember off the top of my head.
We're looking at the report with fresh
Yes.
recollection?
October 13th, 2020.
And to your knowledge, was there a warrant for Mr. McIntosh's arrest when you took him into custody?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And despite the fact that there was no warrant for his arrest, you did place him under arrest?
Yes,
Okay, place him in handcuffs and he wasn't free to leave, correct?
correct.
Now, this area where the traffic stop was conducted, did you ultimately take the clothing and place them on evidence?
I did not personally come.
Okay, what drew your attention to this clothing at all?
It was in plain sight as we passed the vehicle.
Okay, so did you take these photographs?
No,
So what about looking at these photographs, allows you to correlate the photographs to the arrest that you effectuated with Mr. McIntyre?
I remember seeing them,
Okay,
the exact, the pictures perfectly depict what I saw.
because you would agree that in your police report, you don't mention anything about clothing, correct?
No, I do.
Well, you described clothing, right? Jeans, tan puffy jacket, things of that, correct?
And the brown finger.
Okay, so you actually conducted an examination of clothing inside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
So when I asked you a second ago, how are you correlating with that traffic stop? The answer actually is if you're correlating with what you observed on that particular day, that's how you remember it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ask Mr. McIntyre for permission to search his vehicle?
No.
Okay. And is it your normal protocol to arrest an individual for disregarding a turn signal?
No.
Okay. So you arrested him based upon direction that you got from someone else, correct?
Correct.
And even though there's no warrant for his arrest, you arrested him anyway, correct?
I don't know if there was a warrant at the time.
In your police report, did you list if there was a warrant for his arrest?
Nope.
So there would be nothing I can give you to refresh your recollection about whether or not there was a warrant, correct?
No.
Now, when you utilize the words plain view, is that correct? Did you use plain view?
Plain sight.
Plain sight?
Correct.
Okay, did you move any of these items around?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, I don't have anything further.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You answered that now.
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Deshaun Williams.
Raise your right hand, sir. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Can't hear you. Yes. All right. Tell the young lady over there your name and spell it for me. You got it already. Have a seat right here, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record? Mr. Williams, I want to take you back to October 4th of 2020. Did something happen on that date that brings you in court today?
What date?
October 4th of 2020.
That's the day that the stuff happened. I don't really know the exact date.
Okay, when you say stuff, what stuff happened?
When we, make sure that,
Okay, and was someone murdered on that date?
That's it, Your Honor. That's a cause for legal conclusion.
A legal conclusion
Yes,
is someone
murder,
was
murder.
murdered?
Murder is a legal conclusion.
I can rephrase it.
Please.
Did someone die on that date that you're speaking about?
I ain't know till, I got out, so I don't know what they got on. Y'all took me to jail.
Okay. When you say he died on, who are you speaking about?
Talking about John. I don't know if he died on that day. Y'all had me in jail for 72 hours right after y'all pulled up.
Okay. Now after this incident, were you shown photos by a police officer?
Yeah, the police officer asked me, who, did I see somebody coming out and I knew, so yes.
And you said yes, okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Amen.
Else? I'm getting you people proposed exhibit 9A through F. Can you take a look at those photos for me? You're gonna connect with the photos for me?
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you initial one of these photos? Where's your initials on one of these photos?
When I saw it come out.
Okay. Yeah, if people move to amend people's exhibit 9.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted?
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank You stated that, I want to take you back to when you're at L. George's Coney Island. The individual you stated you identified, where did you see them at? Outside of Coney Island, inside?
I saw him.
When you say-
I have an objection. You asked the question, when did you see them? He has not said anything about seeing anyone else other than they.
Did she say him? I thought she said him.
I don't recall, I might have said.
Okay.
To be honest. You identified an individual in the photo, is that correct?
Yeah, we shook hands.
Okay. When you, in the Coney Island, you shook hands. And when you made that location, how did you arrive? Were you on foot or were you in a vehicle?
In a car.
What kind of car?
This is oh, the him, somebody's car was, Malibu. It's Malibu.
Okay. Who are you in the vehicle with?
John, Amber, Johnson.
And when you leave that location, do you make any observations that draw your attention?
Yeah, we kept going, I told him to make it right, another car made it right, told him to make left, another car made left.
Okay, so there's a vehicle behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're making turns, are they following you as well?
Yeah.
Okay, at some point, does that vehicle stop?
Yeah,
I apologize for my objection is to the terminology used by defense, prosecutor. She said, you see the vehicle, you see them following you. There's been no testimony about multiple people being in the vehicle in which he's referring to.
That's fine, I can say the vehicle as opposed to that.
Okay.
At some point, does that vehicle stop?
Yeah, I'm tired of it. First couple shots.
Okay. Explain a little bit further about when you said the first couple shots.
Yeah.
How did you know there was anybody was shooting?
Put up on the side of it.
Okay. Did you see an individual exit that vehicle?
No. Once I heard shooting, my head going down.
Okay. Do you remember about how many shots you heard?
No.
Okay. From that location, where do you go next? Where does your vehicle go next?
She ended up some block, head to one, said dead end.
What happens at the dead end?
People not shooting, pulling up, people was running.
Okay, so when that vehicle is at the dead end, what do you do?
Shot out the gate, I just got shot. My leg was messed up. Couldn't run. Shot out the gate, I couldn't. I ran out of the truck.
Okay. You weren't shot that night though? Is this the previous time?
No, I just got out the hospital like 2 days before I happened. I couldn't walk.
Objection to leading. He said he got shot. We don't know when that was. The prosecutor said, so you didn't get shot that night. You had previously gotten shot. He should make that testimony, not the prosecutor.
Make right.
Did you get shot that night?
No.
Thank you. When you exit the vehicle, do you observe any individuals in the area?
It was so close, if you'd look, you would've been dead, so. As soon as you got the car, the best thing to do was go. That's all I want for, I want no doing no looking. I still heard shooting, and I know they right behind me. So I'm gone, I ain't one looking to see if you shoot.
Okay. Did you hear shots going off?
Yeah, I heard shots.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
I have no questions.
Thank you, sir. You missed it.
I got one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Williams, good afternoon to you, sir. Mr. Williams, were you armed with a weapon on that particular day?
No.
You had testified that you had been shot, correct?
Yeah.
And were you walking with a limp at that particular time?
Yes.
Okay. And I watched you walk in, your gait is different, significantly different than it was at that time, is that correct?
Yeah.
And police asked you some questions in relationship to this particular incident as well as the incident where you were shot, is that correct?
The last accident, was the security guard at Club True.
Right, what I'm asking you is that when you went in October to meet with the police, that picture that Madam Prosecutor showed you, you made that identification in October, is that correct?
Yeah.
You were questioned on that particular day about multiple shootings, is that correct?
No.
You didn't talk to two different detectives?
Yes, and the other one was about shooting, it's about the location it was at.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Correct, multiple different events, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, okay.
You be correct?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. And we're releasing this witness from the witness detained.
I still want to go back.
To be processed out. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
I don't have a mistake.
Downstairs, I'm here to do it.
Otherwise, witnesses are we doing closing or did it just like?
You have a motion?
Yes, sir. We would request that all charges be found over.
As relates to Mr. Hicks, Your Honor, actually, the matter is, Your Honor, I'm going to be dismissed. I'm not sure how they're supposed to connect.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, I thought that Mr. Hicks was being called to stand and testify. I got a little confused. I have a closing argument that I have to make.
I'm not sure.
Well, that's why when I said people, you said you need to bind over here, you sat down.
I know, Your Honor, I got confused. I thought Mr. Tuttle stated that he was calling this client to stand.
No way in the world.
Okay, I can reserve argument, but I do have a closing argument.
I would ask that since sister counsel did misunderstood that she allowed us to, I'd like her to respond to the request.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the court first heard testimony from Ms. Burks and Ms. Tillerson. They stated that they were in a white Malibu. They were at the El George's Coney Island. There's two other individuals in the car, by John and Deshaun. We heard from Deshaun Williams. We know he's in the vehicle as well. They both testified that they left that location and they observed a vehicle behind them that was following them closely, and every time they're making a turn, this vehicle is making a turn as well. Ms. Tiller testified that on Tireman Street, the passenger of this vehicle jumps out of the vehicle, stands in front of the Malibu, and then shoots. Ms. Tillerson also testifies that there's a crash at the end of the dead-end street, and that two individuals get out of the vehicle that she observes, one taller, one shorter, and that they're both shooting. Now, we heard testimony from an evidence tech who recovered shell casings at the scene, which is Warwick, and also on Tireman Street, which is consistent with the testimony and heard from the victims. We also heard testimony that the evidence tech observed bullet holes in the Malibu. The front windshield, the front passenger window, and the rear passenger window as well. There's 4 individuals in this vehicle. There's a wind driver. These individuals are not just shooting at the driver's side or the passenger side. They're shooting at the front windshield, the front the driver's side and the back passenger side. The evidence tech also testified to recovering a Dickies hat that was at that location. It was a preliminary matter, and I moved to admit already, there's an MSP lab that specifically states the individual that has DNA on this is Deontay McIntosh. The court also had an opportunity to review a compilation video. This video clearly shows two individuals and their faces on the video enter the courtyard after they leave a black SUV. They then re-enter the black SUV and they sit there. They sit there and wait until the Malibu pulls out. It's a compilation video, so the time cuts, but it's over 20 minutes that they wait before they pull out of that location. Now, when it comes to Cortez Hicks, Detective Nativa testified that he pulls that license plate from that video. So the black SUV is registered to Mr. Hicks. We also heard testimony from Detective Markle, who did a forensic extraction, and she gets a text message of People's Exhibit 7. At 6:13 on October 4th of 2020, Cortez Hicks sends a text message, "I just got dug out the way." On the compilation video, the last video, which is the ring video, it's timestamp 5:55 a.m. So that means 20 minutes after Mr. Hicks' SUV vehicle is at the scene, he's then sending a text message saying, "I just got dug out of the way." This is also consistent with his mapping from his phone that shows he's about 7 minutes away from the scene. So again, 5:55 at the scene, that's the last we observed the black SUV leave the scene. And then we have mapping that shows at 6:01, he's about 7 minutes away from the scene. Your Honor, as far as Deontay McIntosh, I've already mentioned the labs from the Dickies hat, but then
Let me ask you this, in People's Exhibit 9, this is 9A, who is this a picture of? Is this Mr. McIntosh or is this?
Yes.
This is Mr. McIntosh. And that was Mr. McIntosh hat that was,
Well, that's my theory, Your Honor. That was recovered at the scene, the hat, and then there was DNA tested on that, and the results stated that very strong support that Deontay McIntosh is a contributor. We also had the six-pack lineup where Deshaun Williams testifies that this is the individual, Deontay McIntosh, that he observes in the Coney Island, that I don't know if he says fist bumps or hand bumps, but you can see it in the video, that they acknowledge the two. But then lastly, we have the officer that testified today, that when she does a traffic stop, that she observes certain items in the back seat, which is People's Exhibit 8, which is the boots, which are consistent with what Mr. McIntosh is wearing in the video of Coney Island, the jacket, which is consistent, and then also, more importantly, the jeans. They're the exact type of jeans that this individual is wearing in the Coney Island. So I believe it's about 9 days later, after the shooting, Deontay is arrested with the clothing in his backseat. And Your Honor, with all of this, I would just respectfully request that the court find at a probable cause standard that enough is here to bind over both defendants on all charges.
Mr. Toes.
Your Honor, the question becomes whether or not the people can make a nexus between the vehicle being driven and my claim. That's the nexus that they have to make. Okay, a vehicle was registered to my client. There's no information on this record to say that my client was driving that vehicle on that particular night. There's no information on this record. And there's no information on this record to say that he had his phone, that he put something in the text message.
So all that, so you're telling me all that would just have to be a sheer coincidence?
I'm telling you that they have nothing to link him to his car that night.
You're spelling out everything that they have to link it to.
I don't think so, John. I mean, just because people drive their car, people drive other people's cars all the time, your cousin, your
It's
brother.
possible you might get somebody to believe that. Go ahead.
Well, my experience is people drive other people's vehicles on a regular basis, cousins, younger brothers, older brothers. But the question becomes whether or not they can put my client in his vehicle on that night. So if you say that, that he was in his vehicle and they could prove that he was even about probable cause standing, just the mere fact that it's, your vehicle. Well, we don't know, where, whether or not the license plate had been replaced, we don't know. But be that as it may, I don't believe that they've shown by probable cause standing, even by probable cause standing, that he was in that, vehicle that night and that he had operation or, control of his phone that night. We don't know who put that text message in there, in that phone. We don't know whether or not he had his phone, even at a probable cause standard. I understand the court's position, but I still believe they still cannot say that he's the one that had the phone and used the phone that night.
But you do recognize, we're not talking about proof beyond reasonable doubt at this stage of the proceedings. We're talking about probable cause. And you just spelled out for me, you just made the prosecutor's argument, all the evidence that they do have, the circumstantial evidence, albeit, all the circumstantial evidence that they do have against your client.
No, I'm responding to what the people said that they had. They said, we have this
Okay, so you both said it.
Say it one more time.
I said you both said it, but nonetheless, that's a lot of circumstantial evidence that I would have to find that it's just a sheer coincidence.
I agree, it's still at probable cause, even at probable cause, stage, I still think that there should be, I mean, if you address Mr. Hicks, constitutional right to be presumed innocent, at this stage, that presumption still remains, because the people have not proven that they're beyond reasonable doubt, even though, I know that, but I still believe that you should still presume innocent until they meet their burden. And I don't think, even at this stage, they met their burden. That's my position. But I don't think they made a link between him being in that area, him driving that car, and him texting, sending that text message.
So it sounds like it's undisputed that we have the vehicle that's registered to the defendant, as well as the defendant's phone sending a text message talking about getting dog out the way. And there was one other thing.
That was it.
Okay, those two things. I would have to find that it was a sheer coincidence, and I don't. I think for probable cause purposes, the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the defendant, Cortez Hicks. The court finding that these charges have been committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. And let me make the record clear that as it relates to these charges containing the complaint warrant, I don't think that anyone seriously contests that we're looking at a first degree murder premeditated along with felony firearm and assault with intent to murder, given the circumstances that we've heard here on this record. The only question is identification. And for probable cause purposes, I believe people have met that burden. Mr. Clemens.
Yes, sir, thank you. Because I know that I'm gonna do my best to be as succinct as possible. I'm admittedly a bit under the weather today. I did have an opportunity to listen very carefully to the testimony of Mr. Williams. And just like the court, I'm sure, is paying astute attention about what he did testify, I'm asking the court to also focus in on what he did not testify to. He walked right past my client, looked through the courtroom when Madam Security Officer pulled his hood down. He sat in his courtroom and he was not asked, do you recognize anyone that you saw and not in question when the shooting took place? Now, if that didn't happen and I missed it, I apologize, because I indicated today isn't my best day. But nonetheless, I don't believe that happened. Even in the admitted exhibit, where there's an individual that's written down, it says, there's question and answer. How do you recognize him? I recognize him to be at the El George's. Other than that, other than the Coney, do you know him? No, I just know him from the hood, but the name Deontay McIntosh is not mentioned. So that would mean that ID on this particular record as it relates to Mr. McIntosh is the boy. It's not there. Instead, what the prosecution is asking me to do is to rely on DNA evidence from the hat. You may say, well, Mr. Clemens, what about the clothing that was recovered from Mr. McIntosh during the traffic stop? And I appreciate that the court is saying that may be for somebody else on a different day regarding arresting him absent a warrant or absent proof of a warrant and taking his clothes from his car. But nonetheless, Judge, you got a DNA report about the hat. What about the DNA analysis of the clothing to be able to tie the clothing to him specifically, that he was the individual that had that clothing on that particular day? Moreover, if we had pictures of the clothing that were admitted into evidence, Mr. Williams was here, albeit he had to be handcuffed and drugged in here in order to testify. You had to order a detainer for him for that to happen. Did anyone show him photographs of the admitted exhibit and say, the individual that you saw, that you identified as being the individual in the Coney Island, are these the clothes that you saw him with on that particular night? And then the second question, the big and the most important question is, did you see an individual wearing these clothes that were admitted into evidence as an exhibit on either Tyreman or Warwick Street where the shooting took place? Those are the questions that needed to be asked. I'm certainly not going to ask them because I'm not here to make a case for why my client should be charged. My role is to highlight what wasn't asked and what wasn't testified to. So what wasn't asked was whether or not you can put these clothes on Mr. McIntosh. What the DNA report shows is that there's no linkage between those clothes to Mr. McIntosh, that he ever wore them or had them on.
Then we have DNA in the hat.
On the hat, Judge, I'm talking about the clothes that were
in the car.
yeah, that were admitted into evidence today. So now the government is asking me to just make leaps that the hat being present on Tyreman, where the evidence tech testified that she took photographs, is sufficient to identify him as being present when a shooting took place, absent any testimony. And normally, when a photo array is admitted, right, you don't just get the photo array, you get an officer that testifies about the names of the photo array, or the witness says, I know this to be this person, this is his name, or they identify him in court. None of those things happen here. Prosecution had 2 days to do that. For those reasons, Judge, I'm asking that you dismiss the charges against Mr. McIntosh and make him start over and do it the right way. Thank you.
Mr. Lovell?
Your Honor, the last time I was here for the Howden part, I had an officer that was gonna come in that I specifically stated on the record, he's going to testify to the array of identification. And I was asked, why would I bring that officer in? And then I was told that the court can look at this and make that determination. So that is why that individual is not here.
I do recall that, Mr. Clemens.
Right, but that's only hinging on the fact that Mr. Williams wasn't here. That's what I was saying that for, Judge, is that Mr. Williams wasn't.
But remember, I said that if we're gonna bring in the officer, if we're gonna bring in Mr. Williams, we're gonna meet the officer. Remember that?
Correct, because you would have anticipated, Your Honor, and obviously I can't think or speak for you. You would think that, I believe that you were saying, we would do this the way we normally would do. If an individual identifies someone in a photo array, then they come into court, I'm waiting for Madam Prosecutor to ask him, the individual that you identified in this photo array, show me where he is today. I can't anticipate that she's not gonna ask that question. That's what's supposed to happen, and it didn't. Now to blame me for that is not how this works. I mean, Judge, I've been doing, we've had identifications since I started my career at Perkins Law Group. I've never had a witness come in and we introduce their photo array identification. They say, yes, I made that identification. Then that suspect is purportedly in court and no one asked him, so the court's just supposed to infer that for them? I've never seen it work that way.
Your Honor, if I may, last time you were here, the court made a statement that they'd be able to make that determination by looking at this photo. So that is why that officer is not here. We can do another Howden part. I can get that officer here. I have the array ready. I have him on standby for today, but he is not here. Regardless of that, Your Honor, as far as there should have been testimony about the DNA in the clothing, there should have been this, there should have been that. This is a probable cause standard. The witness testifies, you can see it on the video. There's some kind of fist bump between these two individuals. Deshaun Williams stated, that's the individual that I observed on the Island. We can see in this photo, and we can see his clothing on the video. I don't need to have DNA testing on every single piece of clothing to make sure that I have enough for a probable cause standard. And that is it.
So again, as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant, I don't think there's any serious dispute. This is what took place was the first degree murder premeditated, as well as assault, potential murder, and the company firearms. The only question here is identification as well, as relates to Mr. McIntyre. So people have problems with a number of witnesses, one of which shows us that the defendant's DNA was found in a hat that was located at the scene. They also offered a witness who testified that they came in contact with a gentleman at Coney Island that they knew, and he identified that person in the photograph. People were also going to present a police officer to testify as to the identification of the person in this photograph. I told the people I didn't think that would be necessary. Mind you, that was probably about 4:30 in the afternoon. After hearing from a number of witnesses and having a number of in-their examinations that day. Mr. McIntyre, let me have you please match that just for a second. Witness indicated that he was in the Coney Island and he came across this individual that he knew. They did a fist bump. He also said that after leaving the Coney Island and driving down the street, they noticed the car was following them, made some turns to assure that this vehicle was in fact following them. Again, I would have to find that it's a sheer coincidence that the defendant's hat with his DNA is found at the scene, along with clothes that matches the description. And I don't need anybody to tell me what I saw on the video. I saw that for myself. I saw the distinctive look of jeans. Millions of people probably have these kinds of boots, so I'm not so concerned about the boots. But the coat and the jeans for probable cause purposes, I think people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. There may be some other issues regarding the stop and the arrest of the defendant, but that's not to be handled here. We know that police can use their collective knowledge in an arrest based on probable cause. I don't know if that is present here or not. That's not my concern right now. The court is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the civil administration. The court finds probable cause to believe this was committed. Bound over to Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Can I ask one question, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Is the court aware that the charges against Mr. McIntosh were not authorized until 2023? I just want to make sure, I forgot to indicate that I wanted the court to take judicial notice of it.
Why does that make sense?
Because one of the things that I was pressing about, Judge, is, one of the things that I was pressing about throughout my cross-examination is that this was a arrest of Mr. McIntosh that was effectuated without a warrant. In this particular case, we know when the warrant was entered because the information indicates that it wasn't until Valentine's Day, I believe, 2023, that the warrant was authorized. So I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of that. I don't believe it'll change the court's opinion of the circumstances, but I'm asking that it be placed on the record of the court to see that. And the reason why is because for the defendant to be taken into custody for 72 hours and released absent any charges, which is what took place, and then for the government to come back and take 3 years to issue the charges, it bolsters my argument that he was arrested without a warrant and without probable cause. Thank you.
So again, April 11, 2023, as the both gentlemen, I'm gonna give you your exhibits back, Mr. Malone.
Witness termination form.
He buying everything, about 36.
Is it a folder?
Real quick. You ready? Yeah, ready. He terrible.
Oh, that's it. Yep, okay.
He buying everything, dog.
Adam, take care of yourself. Please. All right.
Yeah, I was on his way.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Walker. We're about to get started with yours right now, okay?
Okay.
Judge, I see.
All right, Mr. Perkins, I have a gun, sir.
Bye-bye.
This right here.
Thanks. I copy because they need more copies to release it.
Okay. Are you on this case too?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. On case 2355696 versus Cortez McIntosh. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder second degree, count 2 operating while intoxicated causing death, count 3 reckless driving causing death, count 4, 5, 6 operating while intoxicated causing serious injury, count 7 reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function, count 8 reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function, count 9 reckless driving causing serious impairment of the body function. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sarah Bell on behalf of the people, P419.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court. Antonio D. Tubbs on behalf of my client, that Mr. Cortez Hicks, against no my left arm at this time.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. You guys, date time set for your examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses on this matter?
6, Your Honor, but 2 civilians and 4 officers. I don't understand.
Okay. All right. Have any preliminary matters you'd like to bring in?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the first preliminary matter is people with request a mutual sequestration order with the exception for the officer in charge, Detective Richard Schwab, who's sitting to my right.
Any objection to the text of Schwab?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, and we're going to log off at this time. Mr. Noel?
Your Honor, the next preliminary matter is people move to admit exhibit 1, People's Exhibit 1, which is a postmortem report under MCL 76611BB. Your Honor, there is a stipulation between the parties for the submittance of People's Exhibit 1 and for identification purposes. That the deceased in this case is Turja, Turja, Data, Datta, and that is the body that was examined by the medical examiner for exam purposes only.
So stipulated.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Court
With
receives
exam
that
purposes
stipulation.
only.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I briefly read into the record the pertinent parts of the MD's report?
Please.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 1 is entitled "A Postmortem Report from the Office of Wayne County Medical Examiner certifies that Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Wayne County Medical Examiner, performed a postmortem examination of the body of Turja Data at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office on February 21st of 2023 for the medical examiner case number 23-02299. In the summary and opinion portion of this document, it states, "It is my opinion that death is caused by multiple injuries. The manner of death is an accident." From the narrative summary, it states blunt force trauma to the head and neck, blunt force trauma to the torso and pelvis, and blunt force trauma to the extremities. And the report is signed by Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner.
So stipulated.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. Go on to my next one, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, people move at this time to admit People's Exhibit 2, a portion of victim Cogto Data's medical record. People's Exhibit 3, a portion of victim E. Joy Data's medical record. People's Exhibit 4, Cortez Hicks chemical analysis medical record pursuant to MCL 76611B, Section C, for exam purposes only.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Court receives that stipulation.
Your Honor, may I publish the report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I read into the record just a portion of the medical records for injuries?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 2, which is patient name Franco Data. The admit date is February 19th of 2023. This summary of injuries is a left frontal, epidural, and subdural hematomas. The left temporal and intraparenchymal hematoma, a complex left frontal bone fracture, a right middle cranial fusa floor fracture, and a right medulla orbital wall fracture. That's for People's Exhibit 2. For People's Exhibit 3, this is for the Joy Data. The admit date is February 19th of 2023. The summary of injuries is small to full high of intraparenchymal hemorrhage in the left frontal lobe. Few scattered foci of subarachnoid hemorrhage, inferior and lateral wall fracture of the left orbit, non-displaced left posterior 11th rib fracture. And I have one more matter, preliminary matter, if I may. The only other matter, Your Honor, is that people would request pursuant to MCR 6.006C4 that the victim in this case, Jermaine Walker, be allowed to testify via Zoom. As the court is aware, underneath that law, I do not need to show good cause. However, Mr. Walker is bedridden, he's coughing up blood. Because of his injuries in this case, he's not able to leave the location that he's at.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
All right.
No objection.
Okay.
With that, Your Honor, people are ready to call this.
Who's here?
Your Honor, at this time, people call Jermaine Walker.
Mr. Walker,
Yeah.
raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No.
All right, and Jermaine Walker is spelled just as you have it on the screen, correct?
That's correct.
Jernaine.
That's correct.
Walker. Okay, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Jermaine Walker.
Mr. Walker, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. If you're not able to hear me, understand me, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
I want to take you back to the date of February 19th of 2023. Were you at or near East 8 Mile Road in Ryan?
Yes, I was.
And were you on foot or were you in a vehicle?
I was in a vehicle.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a Jeep Compass.
What color was it?
It's gray, dark gray.
And was there anyone else in that vehicle with you at that time?
No.
And did something happen on that date that brings you in court today?
Yes.
And before this incident takes place, what street are you driving on?
I'm going southbound on Ryan.
What happens when you're driving southbound on Ryan?
I'm at the intersection. I get to the second light. I see car headlights, bright headlights, high beams. And that's all I remember from there and the accident.
And after the accident, where's your vehicle located at?
It's at a impound now, the Detroit Tow Yard.
No,
Police.
I apologize, Mr. Walker. After the accident on that same date, where did your vehicle end up? You're going southbound on Ryan.
It ended up at the corner of Ryan and 8 Mile on top of another vehicle right at the Shell gas station, right at the Shell gas station sign.
And do you recall what that other vehicle was?
I just remember it was a dark sedan.
Did you suffer injuries from this incident?
Yes, I have from my right pelvis, the muscle is torn. I have a large hematoma, it's blood fluid filled sac. I've had rhabdomyolysis for 3 weeks where the muscle damage is causing kidney damage, blood in my urine, blood in my sputum. I have bruises. They thought my femur was broken. It's not broken, but they say I have to have surgery on it. But they can't do anything until all the swelling goes down. And go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. Go ahead and continue.
Okay, I haven't had an MRI yet. They're gonna schedule MRI. They think I have because I can't really move my leg and knee, the right leg. Back issues, neck issues, vision issues.
Are you able to walk, Mr. Walker?
Sometimes I have to walk to the restroom. I have a walker. I have to use a walker.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Crossing down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Walker, I just have a few questions for you. And if you don't understand any one of my questions, ask me to repeat it and I will do that for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Right now, prior to driving on this particular night, had you consumed any alcohol?
No, I haven't.
Well, do you smoke marijuana?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Once the accident occurred, you were able to get out of your vehicle and have a conversation. Is that correct?
I jumped out my adrenaline. Yep.
And you had conversation with another person, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you tell that person that you had just had an accident a week before?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to what
No, I
happened
didn't.
prior with this victim.
Hold on a second. What's the relevance, Mr. Tubbs?
The injuries, some of the injuries that he noted today may have been caused by the accident that he had a week before, if he in fact had it. Okay. So, Mr. Walker, did you, have conversation, during the conversation that you had with this gentleman, and so we could be clear, what was the race of this gentleman that you had conversation with?
The rest of the gentleman was black.
Okay. And did you tell him that you had just had an accident the week before?
No, I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't had no accident a week before.
You had not, right?
No.
Did you tell this gentleman that you was driving and homeboy ran the light?
You said who? No, I didn't tell anybody. Oh, no.
You didn't say that to anyone?
No. When I jumped out of my vehicle, I remember I told someone to call the police because I was right there at the sign. I had never had no accident before this.
Okay, so you're traveling southbound on Ryan, accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got to the light at 8 Mile, what color was the light as you proceeded through the light on 8 Mile?
The light was green.
For the south and northbound traffic?
Yes.
Oh. And you said you saw headlights at some point in time. What was that? Did you see the headlights on your driver's side or the passenger side?
Passenger side.
Passenger side. And your vehicle hit another vehicle? Or did a vehicle hit your vehicle?
All I know is I got hit, and that's all I remember. When I got out the vehicle, the car was on top of another car.
When you say the car, you mean your car was on top of on top of another car, is that correct?
It's my dad's vehicle. It's not my car. It's not.
I didn't hear you.
It's my dad's vehicle. I don't have a car.
Okay, but the vehicle you was driving, it wound up on the top of another car, is that correct?
Yes.
So your vehicle hit another vehicle, correct?
From the accident, yes.
Okay. And you don't know where that vehicle, which direction that vehicle is coming, you don't have any information on that vehicle, is that accurate?
That's accurate.
No further questions?
You redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So you say you saw headlights, sir, is that right?
Yes, when I got to the second light, it's Checkers and at the Checkers, close to the Checkers in the Shell, I was coming through the light, and then that's why I saw headlights coming towards me from the Checker side of 8 Mile.
So would that have been coming from the driver's side or in front of you, in back of you, or from the passenger side?
Passenger side.
So you saw headlights coming from the passenger side.
Yes.
And then you were being hit, and next thing you know, your car was on top of another car and you got out of your car?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So the force from that accident, did that cause your car to go onto another car?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions based on my question?
No, I have no questions based on that. Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. He'll up soon, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Comment.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Moon Me Deb. And Your Honor, this witness has the interpreter that's to my right.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Judge, Lieutenant Sayed Zaman, the interpreter for 36 for, Ms. Munida.
When the court reporter, did you give his name and spelling?
No, I did not.
Give her your name and spelling, sir.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Oh, you did, okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to
Bangla. Bangla.
Bangla and Bangla to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
And tell me your name, ma'am.
Munida.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I don't, the lie except the truth. Except the truth.
Okay. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Sir, you can stand behind her, okay? And I'm gonna need you to speak into the microphone as well, so you can hear the translation. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for record? I want to take you back to February 19th of 2023. Brief at for a year, East 8 Mile Road in Ryan.
East 8 Mile, Ryan Road.
Yeah.
Yes.
And were you walking or were you in a vehicle?
I was in the car.
What kind of vehicle is it?
Car.
What color?
What color? Gray color.
Do you know the make and model of that vehicle?
Hyundai.
And before this incident takes place, what street are you on?
Accident happened again. Full street of Maharashtra. From Hamtramck, Belmont, we was going toward Ryan.
You said Ryan Street?
Ryan Street.
Do you know if you were going north or south on Ryan Street?
Ryan was, north is also like the south is out of in the south. I don't know, like, this one was,
Okay. How many people were in that vehicle?
you guys couldn't understand. 4 people.
Who is the driver of the vehicle?
Driver Hassan. My son.
What is your son's name?
Apna naam pita. Ucho Dotto. This is for that place. Bana hoga. T-U-R-J-A.
And who's in the passenger seat?
It's in the seat of Hassan. And the driving, the next to the driver's side,
Yes, correct.
my younger son,
What is his name?
Anambita. P like Peter R-A-N-T-O. Last name Dr. D-A-T-T-A. Right?
Who is that to you again?
Dr. Hassan, my son.
Who is in the back seat?
Mexico Hassan. Me and my husband.
What is your husband's name?
After the my name, Vijay Datta.
Can you
Spelling good. B-A-J. B-A-J-O-Y.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Carson Brown?
Good afternoon, is it pronounced Dare? When you there, okay. There, I'm gonna ask you just a few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, ask me to repeat them for you, okay? Is there, I see that you have a translator, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Is that because you cannot speak fluent English?
Yes.
Yes. Now, can you read English?
No.
So, Madam Prosecutor asked you whether or not you were on, you said you were on East 8 Mile. How did you know if you cannot read English that you were on East 8 Mile?
Madam President, East 8 Mile last time. English East 8 Mile last time. The accident took place.
Did someone tell you the name of the street was East 8 Mile?
Location of the East 8 Mile. After the accident, like I called my family, they says, where are you? And the police came to let me get out from the car. I saw the sign says East 8 Mile.
If you cannot read English, how do you know it's that?
English I saw it's 8 miles. It's just 8 miles.
And you do not know which direction your car was traveling. You don't know whether or not it was traveling east, west, north, or south.
He was going from Hampton to Warren.
And you and your husband were sitting in the back seat.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So correct me if I'm wrong. You were in the back seat, but you and your husband had a conversation.
No.
Okay. Were you paying attention to the lights?
Attention was not in the light.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What does the yellow light mean?
Yellow light money meaning I don't know.
What does the green light mean?
Green light money Green light means green light comes and we proceed.
Were you paying attention to the lights at the time of the accident? Just seconds as the accident happened, were you paying attention to the lights?
The whole accident like this time lights Yes.
Did you say anything to your son who was driving just before you entered the intersection?
आपने intersection of the रास्ता लंबा लगे आपने अपना सुनारे किसी को इसका नहीं the time of accident
seconds before the accident 1 second before
yes second accident को आगे अपना सुनारे लाइट को ना किसी को इसका नहीं no I didn't say anything.
Did you know whether or not your son, the driver of the vehicle, had been drinking any alcohol, intoxicating liquids before the accident?
अपना जनाता है ना जनाना है अपना सुआए गाड़ी चलाई ना लगे तुम तूफान में तुम नशा
No. Close the question, John.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Depp, you stated you were on Ryan Road before the accident takes place, is that correct?
We saw, right hand road last night, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Actually, thank you for inviting.
Yeah.
Your Honor, next comment, sir.
Please.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Officer Eli Thompson.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness sponsor right next to me. You may begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Officer E. Thompson,
And where are you currently employed?
Detroit Police Department.
And what capacity?
Could you repeat that?
In what capacity are you a police officer?
Oh, yeah, yes, ma'am, police officer.
And were you employed in this capacity on February 19th of 2023?
I believe it was February 28th, but yeah, it was, February 28th, 2022.
Well, I'm taking you back to the date of February 19th of 2023. Did you respond to an accident on that date?
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
How many vehicles were involved in the accident?
3 vehicles.
3 vehicles? Okay. Was this at East 8 Mile Road in Ryan?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
correct.
And is that in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you make that location, do you observe the vehicles that are involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are they located at?
On the southeast corner of Ryan,
When you say they, how many vehicles is that?
3 vehicles.
Okay. And do you speak to any of the drivers of the vehicles?
Yes, I spoke to, Unit 3, Cortez Hicks.
Okay. And did Mr. Hicks state what vehicle he was driving?
Yes, he said he was driving the, 2016 black Chevy Lumber.
What, did he say what direction he was traveling?
He was traveling east on Avon.
Can you look around the courtroom? Well, first of all, when you spoke to this individual, did they have a mask on?
No.
Your Honor, can I ask if everyone could briefly just pull down their mask?
Can everyone put a mask on? 10 seconds, please.
Officer, can you look around the courtroom? Do you see this individual in court today that you spoke to? Can
Yes, ma'am.
you please point to that individual and state something that they are wearing?
They're wearing a green shirt, dark green shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant, Cortez Hicks?
So no,
No further questions, Your Honor.
cross-examine.
Officer Thompson, is it?
Yes, sir.
Officer Thompson, you mentioned the date of February 28, 2022. You remember mentioning that date not too long ago?
Sir, I just,
I'm sorry, do you remember mentioning that date not long ago? Do you remember doing that? Yes or no?
yes, sir.
Okay. Were you under the impression that you were testifying about an incident that occurred on February 22 or February 28th or 22? Were you under the impression that's what you were coming to court to testify about?
No.
Then why did you mention that date? You corrected the prosecutor?
Yes, sir. I misunderstood the question. I thought she had asked what day was I employed. I misunderstood the question.
That how long have you been police officer?
Since, February 28th was when I was employed to the department, and August 5th was my first day on the road.
Okay. Now, let me take you back to the night in question. You said, vehicles come to rest on the southeast corner of Ryan Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, obviously, you're not a accident with construction, right?
No.
So you don't know how that accident occurred, do you?
Well, even what I was told.
No, well, no. Do you know, independent of what someone told you, do you know how the accident occurred? Yes or no?
No, sir.
When you talk to Mr. Hicks and you identify him as being, you identify this gentleman, Mr. Hicks, as being the person you had a conversation with that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you arrest Mr. Hicks that night?
No, sir.
Did you give a report to anyone regarding Mr. Hicks' condition?
You said that I do a report?
Did you give a report to anyone regarding Mr. Hicks' condition?
No, sir.
So you had, how long did you have conversation with Mr. Hicks?
Just briefly for about a minute.
Okay. And he appeared to be alert?
Yes. Yes.
I hear you.
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not alert, 10 being very alert, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you place the level of Mr. Hicks' alert?
How can that be up to the scale 1 to 10, or how can we measure what he's trying to ask as far as his alertness? What scientific scale is there from 1 to 10? This witness would be qualified to testify to.
Can I rephrase the question?
Yeah.
Did he appear to be very alert?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Can you read, right?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
And Your Honor, people would move at this time to admit People's Exhibit 5 by way of stipulation with Mr. Tuttle's. This is a CCTV video that was downloaded from the scene.
So you ready, Mr. Tuttle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may call my next witness.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Detective Richard Schwab.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Detective Richard Schwab,
And where are you currently employed at?
City of Detroit, Big SWAT, Police Department.
And were you employed in this capacity on February 19th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you become involved in the investigation of this crash?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role?
Responded to the scene, gathered information, completed and reviewed reports, body cam, and committed completed a investigation and submitted to the prosecutor.
Are you the officer in charge of this case?
I am.
And when you make the location, do you observe vehicles that were involved in an accident?
I do.
How many vehicles?
There were 3 vehicles involved.
And can you describe to me each vehicle where they're located at?
There was a Jeep Compass. The back end of the vehicle was on top of the front end of the Hyundai, I believe it's the Ascent. And then we had a Chevy Malibu that was located in the parking lot next to the Quickie Bar.
And how close is the Quickie Bar from the intersection of 8 Mile and Vine?
It's the next, it's on the corner of 8 Mile and Ryan is the Sunoco gas station, and then the Quickie Bar is right next door. They share the parking lot.
And as the officer in charge in this case, did you review the video that was extracted?
I did.
Your Honor, may I share my screen?
Your co-host.
And, and my client situate himself so he can see.
Yeah.
Move to publish because it's been at 5.
That's been in good already?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective, can you look at this screen? Does this video look familiar?
Yes, it does.
And when we're looking at this screen, what's the intersection that we're looking at?
The street closest to us is gonna be East 8 Mile. A little bit further up is gonna be Ryan from left to right.
So if the vehicle is driving towards the camera, what way is that going? East 8 Mile?
Eastbound.
Your Honor, this time keep our playing the video for from 20 seconds to 38 seconds. When we're reviewing this video, is there a certain place that we should look at the video to observe the accident?
Yes.
Where would that be located at in the video?
It'd be up towards the top portion of, like I can, if you had something like that.
That's fine, just for now, just the top portion?
Yes, it was the top portion of the video.
Okay. You are playing for 18 seconds.
Can you roll that back one more time, please?
Yes, sir, and I'm gonna walk through local time and play multiple times as well. People are stopping the video at 38 seconds. Detective, were you able to make a determination, who had the red light from this video?
Traffic for eastbound coming towards us and also westbound, which is on the other side. Going westbound, they had the red light. Cars going from north and south Ryan had the green to proceed.
Okay, can you show us on the video which light you're looking at in your automatic approach?
The traffic light for westbound 8 Mile. This is the traffic light for westbound 8 Mile.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this video again and I'm gonna start at 20 seconds. Starting at 20 seconds, the street light that you just pointed out, what color is that light?
It is below, so it'll be green.
We're playing the video from 20 seconds to 30 seconds.
The light now is turning yellow for 8 Mile. The light is now red.
People are stopping the video at 30 seconds. So the traffic for 8 Mile now has a red light. Is that correct from this video?
Correct, for eastbound and westbound traffic will be red.
I'm gonna play the video again, starting at 20 seconds. There's a vehicle when we first observed the video that spins out next to the building. What vehicle is that?
That is the Chevy Malibu.
Okay. And that Chevy Malibu in this video, which way is that vehicle driving?
That vehicle is traveling eastbound on 8 Mile.
Okay. Play the video again at 21 seconds to 38 seconds. Stopping the video at 37 seconds. Is there anything else in the video that you were able to observe that made you determine that the light was green for Ryan Road? Is there any other vehicles around?
Yes, there was the Jeep Compass along with several other vehicles started crossing on Ryan, started crossing for westbound traffic and entering the eastbound lanes of traffic on Ryan traveling southbound.
And then that'll be a good video. Did you download a CDR report for the Chevrolet Malibu?
I did.
Okay, what does CDR stand for?
It's a crash data retrieval.
And how many CDR reports have you pulled from the vehicle before?
I've done 30, but what I witnessed and been a part of hundreds.
And what kind of information can you receive from a CDR report?
Depending on the vehicle, make and model, you receive braking, speed, acceleration, depending on the make and model of the vehicle.
Your Honor, may I approach? Got it. I'm handing you people's proposed exhibit 6. Can you go through this report And let me know if that report looks familiar.
Yes, ma'am.
After briefly listening to the report, does that report look familiar? The
Yes.
report that you downloaded?
Yes, ma'am, it's a 77-page report.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the data that you downloaded for the vehicle?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to make People's Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Within this report, did you obtain information regarding the speed of the Malibu 5 seconds before impact?
I did.
What page did you find that on? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may it publish?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what page did you locate that on?
You'll be able to find it on page 63 of 77. Yes, sir. 63 of 77.
And can you explain to us what we're looking at on this page 63?
This would be pre-crash data that was obtained from the 2016 Chevy Malibu, 5 seconds prior to the accident.
The first column, is that what we're seeing that, the 5 seconds?
Yes.
What's the second column?
Second column is going to be brake, if there was any braking during that time.
5 seconds before impact, was there a break?
No.
And this last column, what's the last column?
The last column would be the vehicle speed indicated,
And what was the speed of this vehicle 5 seconds before impact?
80 miles an hour,
What is the posted speed limit on 8 miles?
40.
No further questions, Chair.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. One second. Hey, John, Officer Clark.
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Good. I just have a couple of questions for you. If you don't understand one of my questions, just ask me again. I just need to kind of do that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Standard. What's the standard order of light on at a intersection?
Standard in regards to
Color.
color,
Yeah.
usually the glow, that goes red, yellow.
So the green will be at the bottom.
Right.
Okay. Now, because when you look at that photo, so you come up to this image, and this is People's Exhibit. What is this?
5.
People's Exhibit 5. As you look at this video, this is not in color, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. So when you tell Madam Prosecutor and you tell this court that at this particular time you could identify what light is on and what light is not on. Remember, you said it was green, then you said it was yellow, and you said it was red.
Correct.
All right. So when you say that, you don't say that based on looking at this video. You say that based on some information that you have, like what is the standard colors, order.
So sequential order of what the lights are.
Okay, so because you can't tell that this is green, can you?
No, in fact, it's in black and white.
Okay,
But,
I didn't hear you.
but knowing, you and I have been driving.
No, I haven't been driving along. I haven't been, don't include me. I haven't been driving along.
I've been driving for a while.
Okay, all right. So you say that based on how you understand the order to be.
Right.
But in all honesty, you don't know that that light was red, yellow, or green, correct? Well, no, what you can see is an image of 8 Mile, what is purported to be East 8 Mile, closest to the lower left or the left hand side of this image, and that's West 8 Mile, based on and that would be on the upper right hand corner of this image. That's what we're looking at, right?
Correct.
And we're looking at what appear to be a bunch of white lights, correct?
Yeah, it's coming towards us, yes.
Okay, and we cannot tell what color that light at 8 Mile, the westbound traffic. We cannot tell what color that light is from this image.
You see it like this.
Wait a minute. My question is this. We cannot tell looking at this image, because on this image, you cannot see the light controls on the east side, what has been purported as the east side of 8 Mile. You cannot see the light for that.
Not from the east side, you can see it from the west side.
Okay. And when you see it from the west side, we cannot tell what color that light is at East 8 Mile and Ryan from this image alone, correct?
Well, you know what traffic is.
Now, I apologize. Maybe I'm not asking this question right.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
You
gonna
gotta let
let
him
Jack
answer
letting
the
him
question.
finish.
Okay, go ahead.
If traffic is traveling eastbound on 8 Mile, they would have green, which would be in conjunction with the same as westbound 8 Mile going for westbound 8 Mile, so it would be one and the same, would be a green light. So you wouldn't have 8 Mile.
Okay, finish?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about looking at this image right here, right now. Right now, can you tell me what color this light is going westbound? Looking at this image.
Green.
How?
Because, well, you have traffic that's flowing eastbound.
So, how do you know that the people that's coming eastbound have passed with just passing the light? How do you know that the eastbound that light is green? So correct me if I'm wrong. You're guessing that that light is green is because people are coming eastbound and it looks like they're coming through the light. Correct?
I'm gonna jump to ask and answer. The witness has already testified that they run in conjunction. He's already testified in this question as to how he knows that the light is green.
Do people run lights? I withdraw that question. Do people run lights?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you don't know if these people that's coming eastbound ran the light or not. You don't know that, do you?
There'll be a lot of cars.
Well,
Lights.
I apologize. This is on the east side of Detroit, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. People run lights, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you don't know if these people, however many cars come through that light, you don't know if they ran that light or not, do you?
That I can't tell you.
You cannot tell us. All right. So therefore, in all honesty, and you cannot tell from the image of this picture what color the light is on the west side of 8 Mile. You cannot tell from the image of this picture, can you?
That's been asked to answer, Mr. Tubbs. He said that you can, based on the totality of the circumstances, watching these other vehicles that are eastbound, all traveling through the light. He presumes that that light is green. Does he know for certain that it's green? Because he can't see it for himself? No.
Thank you.
But that would entail all of these people running a red light, which is unlikely.
But you do know that. What time of morning is this?
It was like 2:15, 2:17 in the morning.
What time does bars close in the city of Detroit?
Normally 2 o'clock.
Legally 2 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you do know that people leave bars in groups, correct?
That I
I mean,
don't know if they leave all in groups. I'm not sure.
People,
I don't know if people leave altogether all at once.
okay.
Like, that would be an assumption.
Well, you're assuming that that light is green, because from this image, you cannot tell whether or not that light is green or not, can you? The color, I'm not just talking about the color, because this is in black and white. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as you sit in this courtroom, you cannot definitively say that that light is green or
Your
red.
Honor, I'm gonna object and have to answer this.
Not to my satisfaction.
That's too bad.
Could you run this to 38 seconds? I apologize. Yes, at 30 seconds, at 30 seconds. We'll stop it at 30 seconds. Let's stop. Stop. So we just saw a vehicle exit of an establishment. Would that be the gas station?
That is there's a gas station located right there on the corner of 8 Mile Line, yes.
And we saw a vehicle exit that gas station, correct?
So.
You didn't see it?
I didn't know what you wanted to focus on, so.
Get back to us, 3 seconds, please. 5. Now, do you see that vehicle turning out?
Yes.
He's turning on the east 8 Mile.
Yes.
Correct? And he does that safely, correct?
Right.
All right. 3 seconds. Okay, now at that time, you see, I believe, was 2 vehicles traveling, that would be southbound onto Ryan Road.
Yes.
Did you see that?
They're starting up from Ryan crossing 8 Mile.
Okay, and you're assuming that they crossed that 8 Mile westbound lanes pursuant to the light that allowed them to travel across, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
You're assuming that, correct? Are you assuming that or not?
They had to proceed across.
Do you see the red light on the westbound traffic light? Do you
Your Honor,
see?
objection to ask and answer.
Do you see on this image, do you see a red light for the westbound traffic? Not your assumption. Do you see a red light from this image? Yes or no?
Black and white, but yes, it's great.
How, if it's black and white, how could you tell it's red?
Argument, he answered your question.
Thank you. No further question.
You think you're right?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. He's next question.
Your Honor, at this time, people would move to omit People's Exhibit 7 by way of stipulation with defense counsel. This is a report from Dr. Michelle Glenn, who converted the defendant's blood serum sample into whole blood at 0.163.
So stipulated.
That's not so simple.
Admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
How many more witnesses do you have?
2, Your Honor. This is a second-degree homicide. I had 2 Dearborn officers who testified on an incident that took a week prior.
How's that relevant?
Because it's wanton and willful, it goes towards the defendant's intent, which I need to show for second-degree homicide.
And Your Honor, my question
You use
becomes.
prior acts?
Yes, Your Honor. Be like a 404B for intent.
No, you cannot use lights.
Did you file a motion and put defense counsel on notice?
I did not file a notice, Your Honor, for the preliminary exam. However,
But you need to.
I apologize on your honor, I did not put a preliminary exam, but in the investigator's report, it notes these these officers in the report, and their actual report, and the data master was included in the paper discovery.
Now, I need to make a determination that this evidence that you're property is more totally than prejudicial.
Your honor, can I have an adjournment then, and do a held in court, I can file that notice, and I can make that argument, because this is all.
I think that's what we're gonna have to do anyway, because it's almost 4:30. It's 4:27 now.
And Your Honor, can I accept if she wants to argue that they officially file a notice, so I can have opportunity to respond to it, not just come to court and just argue on something that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll do it April 13th at 10.
You said April
13th at 10.
I'm not in here on this day. No. I know, so I started trial on April 11th, a jury trial on homicide.
April 18th at 10.
April 18th.
Good afternoon, dear everyone's finest.
Good afternoon.
You guys look
Wonderful.
welcome to the beautiful city of Detroit. Sorry we couldn't get to you today. Mr. Teaser, we have to cross.
Building looks great. Enjoy.
April 18th.
At 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. I'm not counting that to do that. If there's any problem when I talk to my clerk, I would immediately go on.
Man, your clerk gotta get you a up-to-date calendar like
I
mine.
try to keep it, but I don't depend on the phone, on the telephone.
Call the firm them right now because I have officers here. I'm gonna make sure so we don't go back and forth with the dates around.
Nothing but I had that trial that starts on April 5th. April 18th, at 10 o'clock.
Is that a good day for you guys? April 18th?
That works for the people here.
All right. So we will. Motion to then proceed the completion of the exam on the other.
So do we have a time frame by which the people should get me their 404B? So I can, go through it and prepare my argument.
I think Ms. Monroe should have that no later than April 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was, stipulated order. Oh, you already signed it.
Oh,
Is there any way you could ask and find out as any car terms, and which did that, yep, February 19th, 2023. I can give you my phone number or I can.
Is that the car?
I do not know, but I can. Perfect, awesome. I will keep in touch with you. I appreciate it so much. So, thank you.
I could have given that to you, but you wanted to say through.
I mean, I'm here to support the family, so, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Did you get your staff pizza as promised the other day?
I sure did, and I was looking for you. You didn't come back.
Oh, but you didn't say you can have pizza without the, pepperoni, pepperoni.
No, I didn't have pepperoni. I had barbecue chicken.
Somebody, this is the second time I heard barbecue chicken pizza.
You never had
Today,
barbecue chicken?
today, I never heard, never had. But this is the second time today I heard it.
That's my go-to. I always get barbecue chicken.
Oh, do you?
Yes, sir.
Never had, never had. A couple of these. Okay. Okay, fine. Oh, no, these are yours too, but one of those, I think I gave you the wrong one. This is one of the things. Thank you. Appreciate that. Enjoy your afternoon, y'all.
All right, you too.